Chapter 2293. Commander's Arrival. Bang! Without waiting for the giant fish to react, the martial god cannon's massive beam of light shot out. A single cannon shot shook the heavens and earth. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because the martial god cannon had been charged up for a long time and had consumed even more divine crystals. Its might had surpassed his imagination. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire cave seemed to have been dug open. A massive tunnel appeared, extending without end. This was the result of the martial god cannon's bombardment. As for the 5 curved gate giant fish, they had been blown to pieces. The martial god cannon was terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that this cannon had been charged up for a long time and that it had burned too much money, Lin Ling would have no need to fear a World King powerhouse. Fish pearls. Then, Lin Ling stared at the fish pearls that fell from the cave and couldn't help but laugh. He hurried towards the bottom of the cave and had falling flower flowing water and the others collect the fish pearls. What happened? Are there curved gate giant fish at the bottom of the cave? Not good, Lord Lin Ling is still at the bottom of the cave. At this time, outside the cave, falling flower flowing water and the others' complexions changed. The previous explosion had seemed as if it would destroy a world. This caused them to worry. In fact, that cannon shot had indeed pierced through a world. At this time, on the other side of the blue water world, a massive amount of water had rushed out. However, the blue water world was an extremely stable world, thus it hadn't directly collapsed. Lord Lin Ling, could he have met with a mishap? At this time, Lu Qingfeng and the others also rushed over, their faces full of worry. Good that he died. Tang Yue sneered, but her words were insincere. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with worry. Even if you die, I won't die. At this time, from the giant blue hole, a figure floated out. It was Lin Ling. You bastard, your breath stinks. Tang Yue angrily scolded, but her heart was actually jumping with joy. Lin Ling hadn't died, this was too good. My lord. The others were also overjoyed, especially falling flower flowing water. He stepped forward and asked, My lord, did you encounter a curved gate giant fish? However, to be able to escape unscathed from the jaws of the curved palace giant fish is already quite impressive. Sir, why don't we mobilize our entire battalion and use our scouts to kill that curved palace giant fish? As soon as he said that, the others also looked like they were ready to die. Although the curved gate giant fish was powerful, they had the numbers advantage. No need, I've already roasted the fish. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart warmed. These people were extremely loyal. He immediately replied with a smile. The curved palace giant fish was taken care of by Sir. A curved palace giant fish represents the strength of a world king powerhouse. Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. This was because even if Great Commander Lin Ling and the others were present, they would still have to avoid the curved gate giant fish if they encountered them. Yet, Lord Lin Ling had killed one. Not one, but 5. However, Lin Ling's following words made all the scout commanders feel as if they had been struck by lightning. Follow me. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Lin Ling had already shot towards the blue hole. Freak! Why is it like this? If I remember correctly, he is from the same batch of geniuses as us. Why is the difference so great? Each of the commanders smiled bitterly and followed Lin Ling. When they reached the bottom of the cave, the fish pearls around the cave caused everyone to open their mouths wide. This was a huge sum of money. Especially for martial artists with water attribute talents, this place was simply heaven. They looked at Lin Ling again and found that Lin Ling had already collected a large number of fish pearls. Moreover, these fish pearls were the largest and contained the richest power of the universe. Next, I will be refining these fish pearls here. Can you guys help me guard the surroundings? Lin Ling looked at his subordinates and said. Right now, his strength was still too weak. Therefore, he had to race against time to increase his strength. "Sir, don't worry about breaking through. Unless my head is stepped on, I swear to protect you with my life. Sir, please cultivate." Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, Wu Qingzi, Lu Qingfeng and the rest patted their chests and said. Without Lin Ling, there would be no them. Therefore, the stronger Lin Ling was, the prouder they could be, and their strength would also be able to reach a higher level. "You can cultivate as much as you want. No one can kill you except for me," Tang Yue also said with a smile, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm. These fellows were all his opponents in the past. Now, they had all become his companions. Lin Ling chose to trust these companions. Immediately, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Right now, he needed to improve his physical strength and convert his realm essence. In this way, he would not be afraid of World King realm experts. Fish pearls floated around him and Lin Ling kept stuffing them into his mouth. As expected of Sir Lin Ling. He can actually use water attribute fish pearls to cultivate. Could it be that his talent is water attribute? Or is his cultivation method very special? The chess boy looked at Lin Ling in surprise. These fish pearls could not be used for cultivation, but they could be used to exchange for divine crystals. However, Lin Ling could use them. This made them feel that Lin Ling was full of mysterious aura. Then, they hurriedly collected the fish pearls and kept throwing them at Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of figures were moving around in the water. With a raise of their hands, those weak fish were killed. Right now, the great commander and the rest are looking for the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King. The commander is chasing after the remnants and collecting fish pearls. There was a roar before. It seems to be in that direction. Let's go and take a look. That's right. Maybe there are remnants of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King. Those figures were swimming in a certain direction. Obviously, they were attracted by Lin Ling's martial god cannon. When a huge blue hole appeared on the ground, their eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, that's the curved gate giant fish's nest. There are a lot of fish pearls in it. An old man with a huge bow and arrow on his back said with a smile. The others were suddenly refreshed. Then, they swam into the blue hole. If there's only one curved gate giant fish, we don't have to be afraid of it. Someone laughed along the way. He was extremely confident. Moreover, more and more people gathered around the huge blue hole on the ground. They were also staring at the huge blue hole greedily. No wonder the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King hid in the blue water world. It turns out that this is the world of water warriors. There are a lot of fish pearls here. It's simply a cultivation treasure land. I wonder how much our Lord's strength will improve after this cultivation. Stop talking nonsense. Pay attention to the surroundings. At this moment, at the bottom of the hole, Luo Hua, flowing water, and the others were talking while looking around vigilantly. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, at this moment, several figures flew down from the sky. Their faces immediately darkened. Su Tian? The chess boy was the first to speak because that person was Lin Ling's former enemy, Su Tian. Unfortunately, Su Tian had been demoted from a commander to a groom. However, what made them nervous was that Su Tian was not the only one who came down. Commander Tai Shan. That's the veteran red-haired old ghost. He's a commander of the martial god battalion who has cultivated for thousands of years. He was supposed to be promoted to a great commander. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak, so he lacks a foundation. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 2294. Swarm Bang. 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 After the experts landed, they looked at the bottom of the cave in shock. They were attracted by the fish pearls and ignored Lu Qingfeng and the rest. What are you doing? The curved gate giant fish here was killed by Lord Lin Ling. The fish pearls should belong to Lord Lin Ling. Lu Qingfeng thought for a moment and stepped forward. The curved gate giant fish is dead? Hearing that, the experts' faces changed. That's right, it was killed by Lord Lin Ling. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword also spoke, reminding the others not to be greedy for the spoils. Lin Ling is here too. Yes. Among the experts, Su Tian's eyes lit up. Then, he saw Lin Ling in the corner. Lin Ling seemed to be cultivating. And this was the perfect opportunity. Bullshit, we're all from the Martial God Battalion. There's no distinction between you and me. The fish pearls here should be shared by everyone. Su Tian immediately said, causing many people to nod their heads. They also saw that Lin Ling seemed to be breaking through his realm. In fact, even if Lin Ling did not break through, they were not afraid of Lin Ling. After all, even though Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, he only had a high position. Don't go too far. Hearing that shameless voice, Tang Yue felt that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. These guys obviously did not intend to retreat. Hee, we can only say that we thank Lin Ling for killing the curved gate giant fish for us. As for the fish pearls, we'll kindly accept them. Also, is Lin Ling cultivating? Great, cultivating in front of us, he's courting death. This is a reward from the heavens to us. The expert sneered. Not only were they greedy for the fish pearls, but they also wanted to kill Lin Ling. How dare you? Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest did not expect these commanders to be so shameless. Lin Ling's head is worth 100,000 divine gems. Do you think we wouldn't dare? Su Tian was the first to walk out, laughing as he walked. To him, today's encounter could be considered a miracle. Not only was the harvest good, most importantly, he was able to kill Lin Ling and avenge his brother. Whoosh! A red sword appeared in his hand. It was the Red River Sword. In the past, when Lin Ling fought with him, Lin Ling forced him to the point that he couldn't use his sword. Now, he wanted to use Lin Ling's head as a sacrifice to his sword. Breaking through? Unfortunately, even if you've broken through, you're still no match for us. Of course, how could I allow you to break through so easily? Su Tian let out a cackle, as if he was extremely satisfied and comfortable. And his words were indeed true. This was because amongst these commanders, several of them were half a step into the World King realm and were able to erupt with 100% of their world essence. Lin Ling was not their match. Red light flashed and world essence gushed out. However, just as the sword was about to pierce through Lin Ling, a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling, blocking the sword for Lin Ling. It was Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. His chest had been pierced through and blood flowed out. But, a cold sneer appeared on his face. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They never imagined that Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword would block a sword for Lin Ling. Was he not a match for Lin Ling? You only dare to be so arrogant when Lord Lin Ling is cultivating. Ignoring the sword in his chest, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword coldly sneered. Even though he was injured, his aura wasn't weak at all. Are you crazy? For a mere Lin Ling, you dare to oppose me? Do you not know the fate of those who offend me? Su Tian's complexion turned icy cold. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. This was because Lin Ling's former opponent had actually saved Lin Ling. Just what qualifications did Lin Ling have to do this? Without him, I would have died a long time ago. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword also attacked, forcing Su Tian to retreat. This unflinching look made even more people envious of Lin Ling. Of course, this also made Su Tian's expression turn ferocious. Do you really have to oppose me? Don't forget, you're just a new recruit. His sword buzzed, and the world essence of the Red River roared. Lord Lin Ling defeated you in the past, and I want to follow Lord Lin Ling. Then, I want to defeat you too. Come, let's fight. No one would have thought that Falling Flower's flowing water sword would support Lin Ling so much and fight with his life. Soon, the two of them were entangled together. As for the other commanders, their complexions were still cold. Obviously, they wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. Therefore, another person walked out, wanting to kill Lin Ling. Double swallow wide water flag. At this moment, the water waves roared, and a large amount of water formed a huge swallow, flying around. At this moment, the world essence's power was extremely fierce. Tang Yue. Noticing the shining swallow, the crowd's expression changed. They saw that there was a blue flag in Tang Yue's hand, and it was the water swallow that was summoned by the flag. The flag was obviously a precious weapon, and its level was definitely not weak. Everyone, how about giving me some face and letting Lord Lin Ling go, and you can have the fish pearl. Tang Yue frowned and said. No one would have thought that the little princess of Square Commandery, who had always been against Lin Ling, would be the second person to protect Lin Ling. And her status was obviously not low. The princess of Square Commandery from Shang Commandery, and the treasure in her hand was not weak. This made the strong people stop in their tracks. Huh, bitch, I didn't expect you to expose the treasure that Square Commandery gave you for a man. However, at this moment, another figure descended from the sky. It was a woman. She wore red armor and held two huge hammers in her hands, appearing enchanting in everyone's eyes. Commander Poison Butterfly. The crowd was shocked. This enchanting woman had a powerful background, and she was also a veteran. She was half a step away from the rank of commander. Although Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others shone brightly on the divine list, that was the battle of new recruits. Many of the people here were veterans, and their basic strength was more solid. Bitch, I can't believe I see you everywhere. Tang Yue stared at the woman, her eyes full of anger. She seemed to have a grudge with the woman in red armor. However, thinking of Lin Ling, she controlled her anger and said, let's settle our matters after we leave this place. How about giving me some face now? The double swallow water flag is a level 3 precious weapon, and it can increase a lot of boundary essence. Unfortunately, with your strength, you can only use 50% of the boundary essence. In addition to your own boundary essence, you can only use 100% of the boundary essence. As for 100% of the boundary essence? I have it too. Commander Poison Butterfly said with a smile. The hammers in her hands were obviously not ordinary, and they also increased the power of the boundary essence. So, why should I give you face? As soon as she said this, the people on Tang Yue's side all frowned. These powerful commanders were really swarming over. Commander Poison Butterfly is mighty. That's right. Why should we give them face? They are too arrogant. They think that they can look down on everyone with the help of a precious tool. They are courting death. Su Tian laughed out loud as he rejoiced in their misfortune. Commander Poison Butterfly is the one who is going to become a great commander. What qualifications does Lin Ling have? The other commanders were also speaking, and they were flattering Commander Poison Butterfly. Commander Poison Butterfly was suddenly very happy, as if she had already become a great commander. Come, little girl, today I will teach you how to behave properly. She waved the giant hammer in her hand, and a black light surged out, turning into a giant butterfly. With a sweep of its wings, the surrounding water seemed to darken. Obviously, the giant hammer was also a precious weapon, and it was poisonous. Chapter 2295. Another expert had arrived. Senior, please give us some pointers. Tang Yue also waved her flag and two dazzling swifts flew out to fight against the giant butterfly. Boom! 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 The underground cave suddenly rumbled and a large number of rocks fell. Upon closer inspection, the swifts and giant butterflies were entangled with each other. Although Tang Yue's weapon was stronger, her foundation was weaker. Therefore, she didn't have any advantage. Commander Poison Butterfly, is there something you can't settle outside? After several clashes, Tang Yue suddenly asked in a negotiating tone. She was arrogant and willful. When had she ever lowered her voice? However, at this moment, she also took a step back. Hey, are you afraid? However, Commander Poison Butterfly didn't give her any face and suppressed Tang Yue. The anger on Tang Yue's face burned even brighter. The reason why she begged for mercy was because she didn't want Commander Poison Butterfly to participate in Lin Ling's matter. However, she didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. Red-haired Commander, Tang Yue is being held back. Go and kill Lin Ling. Seeing the intense battle at the bottom of the cave, the other commanders immediately looked at an old man and said. They had long been tempted by the fish pearl. Therefore, they persuaded the red-haired commander to take action. The red-haired old man frowned. He was still a little afraid of Lin Ling. He didn't know what kind of background Lin Ling had. 100,000 divine gems. Aren't you tempted? I think that the 100,000 divine gems will belong to you. Even if you kill Lin Ling, you will have a chance to become a commander. At this moment, a commander beside him flattered him. The old man's eyes lit up. He was finally moved. However, he still said righteously, Lin Ling didn't follow the military rules. He actually coveted our fish pearl. He deserves to be killed. Everyone can be witnesses. Is that okay? That's right. The curved gate giant fish here was killed by us. Lin Ling brought his subordinates to snatch the spoils. He's too shameless. He deserves to be killed. Red-haired commander, please take action. Commander, please enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The commanders naturally understood. In this way, they wouldn't be punished for killing Lin Ling. Despicable. Seeing those powerhouses singing the same tune, Lu Chengfeng and the others' faces turned black with anger. You are the despicable ones. The red-haired commander shouted coldly. He took a step forward and attacked Lin Ling with his claws. As soldiers, each of their hands was dripping with blood. Once they decided to attack, their methods were extremely vicious. However, Lu Chengfeng, Pan Luyun, and Fairy Danran leapt out at the same time and stopped the red-haired commander with all their might. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Chengfeng and the other two could not block the red-haired commander's attack at all. They all spat out blood and were severely injured. You are just a lowly soldier. How dare you offend your superiors? Are you courting death? The red-haired commander disdainfully pointed at the three of them. The aura of a superior emanated from his body as he coldly said, Now, I'll give you a chance. Scram immediately, or you'll all die here. We'll give you a chance now. Get out of here immediately and we'll let bygones be bygones. However, Lu Chengfeng and the other two quickly stood up and used their actions to prove their answer. These people are really stubborn. They'd rather die than retreat. Commander, they're underestimating you. You must kill them or you'll lose your dignity. Seeing this, the other commanders all spoke darkly. They wanted to use someone else to do their dirty work. Hearing this, the red-haired commander's eyes turned even colder. He was ranked third among all the commanders. How could he be humiliated by a lowly soldier? Bang! He once again pounced like a god of death. His murderous intent was so strong that it was as if he didn't see Lu Chengfeng and the others as his own people. Kill them. As long as they're dead, Lin Ling can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Go! The red-haired commander cared deeply about his reputation, so Lu Chengfeng and the other two had to die without a doubt. However, facing the third-ranked commander, Lu Chengfeng and the others still refused to retreat. They faced death with equanimity. In fact, they weren't even commanders. How could they block the enemy's attack? However, just as they thought they were about to die, all the commanders on Lin Ling's side moved. They were Wu Qingzi, Di Baimo, and Qi Tong. The three of them, together with Lu Qingfeng and the other two, had joined forces. Boom! Terrifying airwaves erupted. This time, the six of them blocked the red-haired commander's attack. However, they were all seriously injured, especially Lu Qingfeng. Even his arm was broken. The third-ranked commander of the martial gods battalion was indeed powerful. As for the red-haired commander, he only retreated a few hundred meters. However, his eyes turned even colder. Do you think trash like you can stop me? The people I want to kill never live past the second day. Bang! After saying this, he prepared for the second round of attacks. Facing the arrogant red-haired commander, Lu Qingfeng and the other five looked at each other and revealed a resolute expression. At this moment, they didn't have any fear. They only had pride and arrogance. That was because protecting their commander was the mission of a soldier. Boom! However, as the battle broke out, the cave rumbled again. It was as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. In the endless dust, two figures walked out like military gods. How lively! Yes. The third-ranked, fourth-ranked, and fifth-ranked commanders are gathered here. Plus, there are other commanders. Who could cause such a mighty scene? Yes. The two of them talked as they walked. The one on the left was tall and sturdy. His legs were very thick, disproportionate to his body. The one on the right was wearing white armor. He was handsome and handsome. Commander Evil Spirit? That's Commander Earth Explosion? Yes. At this moment, the entire cave was silent. The reason for that was because these two people were the first and second strongest people among the commanders. They were veterans who had cultivated for 2,000 years. Their reputations were widespread. However, as they led troops on the battlefield, ordinary people only knew their names and rarely saw them. Greetings, sir. Yes. Instantly, many of the commanders bowed. They had never imagined that this cave would attract so many experts. Wave after wave, all the ancient commanders had arrived. The two of them smiled faintly. Their eyes were filled with arrogance. The tall and sturdy man said, "What's going on?" "Yes. Lin Ling is here. He wants to steal our fish pearl, so we are resisting." The commanders immediately replied. "Lin Ling?" "Yes." Hearing this, the two of them instantly brightened. Naturally, they had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that he was the most popular recruit in the martial gods' barracks in the past 2 years. "Sir, it's not like that. They are distorting the truth." In the distance, falling blossom flowing water was still blocking Su Tian. However, he also replied at the same time. These ancient commanders had all returned. If they all attacked Lin Ling, then things would be even more troublesome. "Did I ask you to speak?" However, the white-armored youth stared coldly at him. An invisible force instantly made falling blossom flowing water spit out blood and fly backward. This force was terrifying. As expected of the second-ranked commander Evil Spirit. Lin Ling? He became a grand commander among the recruits? Chapter 2296. A shocking strike. He's just a kid who got in through the back door. How could he be qualified to be our superior? What a joke. The young man in white armor shook his head in disdain. He had traveled extensively in Jianghu and naturally did not care about Lin Ling. However, what made him jealous was that Lin Ling was a senior commander. This was an insult to him. Because he was a person who had countless military exploits but was still not a senior commander. Alright, I'll kill Lin Ling. It's an honorable death for him to die at the hands of the second-ranked senior commander. The young man in white armor walked forward step by step. A black spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear was engraved with the image of a demon. It was a terrifying sight. He had already converted 70% of his boundary essence. In addition to his martial arts and weapons, he had already converted more than 100% of his boundary essence. "You're really fast," the burly man beside him said enviously. In fact, he also wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Senior Commander Evil Spirit was faster than him. This made him feel a little regretful. Master Lin Ling, Tang Yue and the others felt that the situation was getting worse. Unfortunately, their opponents would not let them get what they wanted. In fact, even if they defeated their opponents, they would not be able to stop Senior Commander Evil Spirit and the burly man. Therefore, it seemed that today's scout camp was going to be completely wiped out. Dead, he's finally dead. It's Lin Ling's good fortune to die at the hands of Senior Commander Evil Spirit. Cheers. I'm looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's attractive face after his head explodes. The crowd cheered. It was as if they could see Lin Ling's head exploding. As you wish. Senior Commander Evil Spirit seemed to have heard the crowd's cheers. His spear became bigger and bigger. It even drew out the boundary essence of the blue water boundary. He was a water-type martial artist. In the water, his strength would increase by 10%. His spear was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. It formed a roaring wave. He even saw that Lin Ling was breathing. His breathing was gradually calming down. Breaking through? A disdainful thought rose up in the commander's mind. But soon, he discovered that Lin Ling's aura had changed. His boundary essence was crazily rising. This feeling made him frown, and the speed of the gun in his hand also increased a bit. He had to kill Lin Ling before Lin Ling broke through. In fact, he didn't know why he was so anxious, but he just wanted Lin Ling to die in front of him. Although his idea was good, Lin Ling had finally opened his eyes. Of course, he had noticed the battle in the cave. However, he was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he held back. But now, he couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were calm as he stared ahead, but he was suppressing his ocean-like anger. In particular, his left eye emitted an indescribable mysterious aura. The murderous figure of the Holy Land of the Rainforest seemed to have awakened at this moment. These eyes. When the commander's eyes met the eye, he was shocked. What an evil left eye. The crowd also saw that Lin Ling had awakened, but they weren't afraid. Instead, they sneered even more. Lin Ling had died in the midst of his breakthrough. That was why it was better for him to wake up and die. At least he would know who had killed him. As for Lin Ling's strength, they weren't worried. After all, Lin Ling was ranked second among the commanders. Even if Lin Ling had broken through, he wouldn't be a match for the commander. The crowd started to shout, and some commanders even beat the war drums. Su Tian and the rest sneered. Everything was over. Tang Yue and the rest shouted anxiously, reminding Lin Ling to be careful. But all of this seemed to be frozen in time. Lin Ling couldn't hear it at all. His eyes were only focused on the black fiendish demon spear. His hand stretched out at the same time. It seemed casual, but there was a mysterious rhythm to it. The fiendish demon spear was a top-tier, one martial art, and the person in front of him had cultivated it to the 4th level. Lin Ling had seen through the flaws and strengths of the spear. Therefore, bang! He grabbed the air with his hand, and it was as if a dragon's claw was tearing the heavens and earth apart. There was a roar and the water exploded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling actually managed to grab the handle of the spear that was about to explode his head. The spear had the power of Jia Yuan. How could Jia Yuan catch it with his bare hands? This was beyond everyone's knowledge. Although there was no martial art that was invincible and there would definitely be loopholes, how could a recruit catch the loopholes of Jia Yuan? Boom! Boom! Everyone was shocked, as if they had been struck by countless lightning bolts. Of course, compared to the crowd's shock, the commander was the one who was truly shocked. He was the second commander of the martial gods battalion. He had followed the Grand Commander through many battles. When had he ever encountered such a strange thing? "What did you do to my spear?" Commander Xia said in a low voice. "There's no need to explain anything to a dead man." Lin Ling held the spear with his left hand, and his right hand quickly grabbed behind him. The Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out fiercely. This slash contained 100% of the power of Jia Yuan. The power to uproot mountains and rivers. The heavy sword has no peak. The most terrifying thing was that when the sword was about to kill the commander, it instantly increased the power of Jia Yuan by another 10%. You actually increased the power of Jia Yuan by 20%. The commander's pupils constricted. When he saw Lin Ling breaking through, his Jia Yuan was also increasing rapidly. At that time, he thought it was an illusion, but reality told him that it was not an illusion. Bang! With a slash of the sword, the water was split apart, and a void appeared. The second-ranked evil spirit commander was directly smashed into pieces. Only his head fell to the ground. This slash contained 110% of the power of Jia Yuan. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky. This was called the pressure of Mount Tai. In fact, during this breakthrough, Lin Ling had converted 20% of his Jia Yuan. In total, he had converted 70% of his Jia Yuan. With the addition of the 10% from the Tyrant Song sword and 30% from the Black Sword record, he could erupt with 110% of his Jia Yuan. His strength instantly rose to the second commander's rank. Moreover, the reason why he could grab the spear so easily was because his godly demon body had increased again, reaching 2000 Jia Yuan. His body was filled with the aura of the Fish Demon King. Then, Lin Ling stood up, and it was as if the Demon King had awakened. As for the cave, it was completely silent. The previous sword strike was undoubtedly extremely shocking. The second commander was killed by a single slash. It was as if lightning had gathered above everyone's head, and the shock was too fierce. I, Commander Evil Fiend, have followed the great commander throughout my life and have killed countless villains. I never imagined that I would die here today. You are just a mere new recruit and yet you possess strength no weaker than a world king. Just who are you? Surprisingly, the commander's head made a sound, as if he had died with his eyes wide open. And of course, he had died with his eyes wide open. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was one step at a time. Although he had a high evaluation of Lin Ling, he also knew that if Lin Ling wanted to reach his height, he would need to climb 2 steps. That was why he had been so confident. Chapter 2297. Drawing the sword stained with blood. Bang. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. He stomped his foot down like a giant fish's tail. The evil spirit commander's head turned into a pile of meat. Lin Ling didn't say much. He took a step forward and shot towards Tang Yue because Tang Yue was in the most danger right now. After all, Tang Yue's cultivation level was too low. She was only able to fight Commander Poison Butterfly because of her weapon. However, the control of a weapon was related to one's cultivation level and could not last long. Go to hell. Bang! Commander Poison Butterfly's 2 giant hammers were smashing towards Tang Yue fiercely. On the other hand, Tang Yue's face was pale. She could no longer hold on to the flag in her hand. At this moment, a huge contradiction appeared in her mind. Previously, she had suddenly stepped out to protect Lin Ling. In reality, she did not know why she did so, and the price was that she was going to die. Did she regret it? Or was she willing? However, Tang Yue felt that she did not regret it at all and was not willing either. Instead, she was very calm, like the surface of an ancient well without ripples. Yue, remember, you are training outside, not in the commandery. No one will show mercy to you just because you are the princess of the commandery. Therefore, power is everything. Bang! She vaguely remembered what her mother had said to her. This made her smile miserably because she would never see her mother again. However, what she had imagined did not happen. The giant hammers did not smash down. Tang Yue saw nothing but silence. She focused her gaze and looked in front of her. Instantly, she saw a young man in a blue robe standing in front of her. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he raised his giant sword and blocked the two giant hammers from the sky. It was Lord Lin Ling. Tang Yue subconsciously touched her small mouth and could not say a word. Crack, crack, crack. The giant hammers in the sky made a fragile sound. In the next moment, they broke apart and sparkling fragments shot out from the water. Whoosh! However, this did not stop. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was as if the most beautiful sword light had flashed past and did not even cause ripples in the water. Plop! Commander Poison Butterfly's body was split into two and fell to the ground. Tang Yue was stunned. Lord Lin Ling saved her. If you want to die, then you can only die by my hands. No one else can kill you. She was stunned for a moment before she heard the cold and indifferent voice of the young man. When she wanted to say something, the young man had vanished. This caused her to be stunned once more. She'd wanted to protect Lord Lin Ling, but in the end, she'd been protected by Lord Lin Ling instead. At this moment, the cave was even quieter. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time they realized what had happened, the commanders discovered that Lin Ling had already killed two people. Moreover, they were both top commanders. How did this Lin Ling become so strong after his breakthrough? Impossible. Rumor has it that Lin Ling only converted 50% of the boundary essence, but from the looks of it now, he seems to have converted 70%. On the other side, the red-haired commander's pupils trembled. He never imagined that the legendary recruit Lin Ling would be so fierce. At this moment, Lin Ling walked over. His eyes were cold, and he didn't even say a word. How much boundary essence did you convert? That indifference made the red-haired commander feel a lot of pressure. He roared. Perhaps this was the only answer he wanted to know. Shua. However, the answer he got was a sword. A sword descended from the sky. It started from the center of his head and cut him in half. 110% of the boundary essence, who could compete with it? The water at the bottom of the cave quietly turned blood red. Blood was spreading. Everyone stared at the blue-robed youth. They were shivering like grass in a storm. They were afraid. Because the strength Lin Ling had increased after his breakthrough had greatly exceeded their imagination. Not good. Su Tian had personally witnessed the terror of Lin Ling. He quickly retreated from the battlefield. He realized that not grasping the opportunity to kill Lin Ling was the most regretful thing in his life. However, just as he moved, a sword hung on his neck. It was as if his movement technique had been completely seen through by Lin Ling. This made Su Tian turn his head to look. On his left, a cold figure was already standing there. This young man squinted his eyes and stretched out his right hand with a sword hanging on his neck. The young man just stood beside him. Throughout the entire process, he did not even look at Su Tian. Gulp. Su Tian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He realized that he should have been a coachman instead of participating in the plan to kill Lin Ling. Shua. He wanted to say something, but Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He held his sword horizontally and slashed out. At this point, there was no need to say anything. Any explanation, any words were superfluous. The only thing left was to kill. Although he was breaking through, these people were shameless and cold. He had seen it with his own eyes. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Clean and neat. Dead. Those who attacked are all dead. The commanders in the distance all widened their eyes. Moreover, something strange happened. After Su Tian's neck was cut off, his head floated in the water. At the same time, his mouth uttered the last words of his life. "Spare me." Plop. In the next moment, his head fell to the ground. However, it was as if it had fallen into everyone's hearts. Lin Ling, drawing his sword and staining it with blood, killed one person with each slash. Whether it was a commander or a soldier, no one could block one slash from him. "Sir, you're so powerful." Tang Yue, falling flowers, and flowing water were stunned. Previously, they had all moved out, but they could only barely block the enemies. However, Lin Ling moved out alone and killed all the enemies. Although they were excited about Lin Ling's strength, they also felt inferior. This was because they wanted to protect Lin Ling, but in the end, they were protected by Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to be aware of their feelings. He said indifferently, "You don't have to belittle yourselves. Although they are strong, they have cultivated for a longer time and had more fortuitous encounters. It's the same for me. However, on the path of martial arts, no matter how strong you are now, if you can't reach the heavens and earth, you will be a pile of dirt in the end. Therefore, although we are stronger than you today, you may not necessarily be unable to surpass me in the future." Lin Ling was speaking the truth. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had stirred up a storm in the martial god realm. He was respectfully called the #1 demon, but what was the use? After he died, who would still remember him? "Sir." Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water, and flowing water's eyes lit up. The lost confidence also returned. They believed Lin Ling's words, so they began to believe in themselves. Of course, they were also even more grateful to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and began to look at the others. Wherever his gaze passed, those commanders were like cicadas in winter, their bodies trembling. "What? Now you know fear?" Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward step by step. Those commanders were silent. In fact, they were indeed afraid, and even regretted it. But so what if they regretted it? They were too embarrassed to say it out loud because it was too embarrassing. "Sir Lin Ling, before we," finally, an old man spoke. He wanted to beg for mercy. Chapter 2298. Invincible in the martial emperor realm. As these words fell, the entire cave was filled with a terrifying killing intent. The commanders widened their eyes. Great Commander Lin Ling was too tyrannical, he wanted to kill them all. Of course, you still have a choice. First, you can join forces. 1 is fine, 2 is fine too. Lin Ling said again, his words frivolous as he looked down on the commanders. The second choice is to commit suicide. As these words fell, the killing intent in the cave became even more intense. Put on. Some of the weaker commanders were so scared that they fell to their knees. Facing Lin Ling, they didn't even dare to join forces. "Humph, stop trying to be mysterious." However, at this time, an icy cold voice rang out. It was the tall and sturdy man. He strode forwards, step by step. "It's Great Commander Earth Explosion." The commanders shouted out in excitement, as if they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. This was because Great Commander Earth Explosion was the strongest of all the commanders. He was also a veteran that had cultivated for many years. In truth, his strength could already be ranked among the great commanders. As for Lin Ling, he also looked at this person. He already knew that Great Commander Earth Explosion was the strongest commander, but he still didn't feel much fear in his heart. His left eye could sense that this person was at the peak martial emperor realm and had 80% of his world essence. The pair of boots on his feet were very mysterious and could increase his world essence. In addition, with the world essence martial arts, Lin Ling estimated that this person could erupt with 130% of his world essence. This strength was indeed enough to rank him among the great commanders. Of course, to the current Lin Ling, unless he was a true world king powerhouse, no matter how strong he he was nothing but a floating cloud. Your strength is quite good, but don't think that just because you killed Great Commander Evil Fiend that you are the strongest commander. You seem to have forgotten about me. Do you not know who I am? The tall and sturdy man walked forward step by step. A strange thing occurred. As he walked forwards, the ground of the cave began to rise and fall like waves. His legs were very thick, very uncoordinated with his body. As he walked, there was a mysterious rhythm that filled the air. I'm still here and you want to kill everyone here? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? Let me tell you, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have 110% of your realm essence. With me here, you won't be able to kill anyone. The burly man pointed at Lin Ling and said domineeringly. Of course, he had absolute strength and tyranny. Previously, he didn't make a move because he wanted to see through Lin Ling's strength. But now, he saw through it. Lin Ling was only a so-so. Commander Di Ba is mighty. Kill him. The other commanders were even more excited. They never thought that they would be able to reverse the situation and turn defeat into victory. Some of the commanders even stared at Lin Ling proudly, wanting to see Lin Ling's fearful expression. Tell me, weren't you very proud before? Didn't you give us 2 choices? Why don't you dare to say it now? Humph, you're a great commander, but you're nothing in front of a great commander. The other commanders said contemptuously. Lin Ling ignored their voices and looked at the great commander instead. He realized that the other party was enjoying everyone's worship. He smiled and said, in fact, I really don't know who you are. That's why I gave you 2 choices before, including you. As soon as he finished speaking, the clamoring of the other commanders stopped. The great commander was stunned, and veins popped out on his forehead. Lin Ling didn't know who he was. Even now, Lin Ling still treated him as a dead man. If that was the case, his previous arrogance was in vain. He was playing the lute to a cow. Shameless boasting. The great commander was furious. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the cave to collapse. Don't even think about leaving here today. The huge cave slowly collapsed. The great commander wanted to seal off Lin Ling's escape route. Obviously, he had full confidence in killing Lin Ling, so he was afraid that Lin Ling would run away. However, Lin Ling smiled and slashed out. He didn't slash at the great commander, but at the cave in the sky. Rumble. The 2 of them attacked the cave at the same time. As a result, the cave was completely sealed off. The crowd was stunned. Previously, the great commander had sealed off Lin Ling's escape route. However, not only did Lin Ling not run away, he even helped the great commander to seal off the cave. What was he doing? None of you can leave here today. Stop. While the crowd was puzzled, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He was afraid that everyone would run away, so he sealed off their escape route as well. Boom. At this moment, all the commanders were shocked. They didn't know where Lin Ling got his confidence from. Why was he so arrogant? The great commander felt as if he had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. He had sealed off his escape route, but Lin Ling had also sealed his escape route? Could it be that Lin Ling was still confident that he could kill him? Do you know that I am invincible in the martial emperor realm? You will pay the price for your arrogance. Heaven and earth supreme kick. The great commander stomped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. The shadow of a kick appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling. The falling flowers flowing water soared and the others breathed rapidly. They could feel that the kick contained 110% of the realm origin force. This was the strength of the number 1 commander, invincible in the martial emperor realm. Not bad. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. He held his sword at an angle. When the kick was about to land on him, he slashed out with his sword. This sword was like a rainbow, descending from the sky. Black Sword Record, Mount Tai Crush. Boom! The kick and the giant sword collided. The cave rumbled continuously as if there was a great battle. 110% of the realm origin force collided with each other. Is that all you have? Lin Ling held his sword and stared coldly at the Earth Tyrant Commander through the blade. The great commander's face was extremely ugly. His kick could not kill Lin Ling. He sneered and said, "You only rely on that sword. You also rely on that pair of boots on your feet." Lin Ling said tit for tat. Boom! After the two of them spoke, the power of the collision reached its limit. It was as if the two worlds had perished together, forming a terrifying realm origin tornado. If these realm origin tornadoes were placed in Lin Ling's world, it would be enough to destroy the world. Swoosh! Swoosh! Almost at the same time, two figures flew out and stood a few hundred meters away from each other. In their first confrontation, they were evenly matched. Previously, you said that you are the #1 commander and invincible in the Martial Emperor realm? Lin Ling did not wait for the great commander to speak and said sarcastically. This was because after their first confrontation, the great commander was gasping for breath. As for Lin Ling, he was safe and sound. Of course, this was thanks to Lin Ling's powerful body. His defense was too strong. It can't be, the great commander can't win? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I heard that the great commander defeated a first-stage World King realm powerhouse. He can't lose. That was just a warm-up. The commanders felt their blood boiling. This battle of the strongest commanders was too intense. It seems that not only do you have 110% of the realm origin force, but your body is also very strong. At this moment, the Earth Tyrant Commander slowly straightened his body, and his aura was restored. Then, he raised his leg high, and the soles of his feet were above his head. I was just playing with you. Do you think you've won? Let me tell you, I have 130% of the realm origin force. So, let me show you what it means to be invincible in the Martial Emperor realm. With these words, it was as if he was the ruler of the world, commanding the winds and clouds. Chapter 2299. Unrivaled against the #1. Seeing this, all the commanders felt their blood boil with excitement. Earth Tyrant startles the heavens. In fact, the Earth Tyrant Commander hadn't used his trump card before. The reason was that he wanted to kill Lin Ling cleanly, but he had failed. Thus, he used his most terrifying ultimate skill. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's mortal body was extremely strong. Only his ultimate skill could kill Lin Ling. His leg slowly stomped down, as if it were the leg of a god. And what was even more shocking was that his leg was only stomping on the ground in front of him. Bang! Even so, the ground still exploded, shaking without end. However, this attack caused many people to frown. The Earth Tyrant Commander was stomping on the ground, but he didn't attack Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling knew that the Earth Tyrant Commander had used a boundary origin martial art. He had used the power of the boundary origin to attack him, as if he had secretly buried a bomb. Li Xiaoyao had also seen this martial art in the past. When it was powerful, its body was in a myriad of worlds, but with a single stomp, the power of the boundary origin could reach the martial god world. It could kill without leaving a trace, passing through a world. Bang! At the same time, the ground where Lin Ling stood erupted like a volcano. The boundary origin had rushed out. It was impossible to guard against, and the power was vast. A massive beam of light shot out from the ground, piercing through the bottom of the cave. It was terrifying. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. What a terrifying boundary origin martial art. This was because they hadn't been able to sense that attack before. And because the power of that kick was too fast, they simply couldn't catch it. Is Lin Ling dead? Then, many people stared ahead, becoming increasingly nervous. Of course he's dead. Under my invincible Martial Emperor Commander, how could he still be alive? The Earth Tyrant Commander's voice floated out, telling everyone the result of the battle. And regarding this, he was 100% confident. This was because he had used this move to kill a first-level World King Realm powerhouse without anyone noticing. He's dead, he's definitely dead. Since the Earth Tyrant Commander has spoken, it can't be wrong. After hearing the Earth Tyrant Commander's answer, the other commanders felt as if they had been given a new lease on life. Some of them even danced in excitement. Because they didn't have to die. This feeling of escaping death, who wouldn't be excited? As for Tang Yue and the others, their faces were pale. That move from before was too terrifying. Not only was the power of boundary essence powerful, it was even more difficult to deal with. Why are you so happy? However, the cheers in the cave were quickly stopped by an indifferent voice. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling slowly walked out from the rubble. This caused everyone's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling had actually dodged that kick? Impossible. With your strength, how could you avoid the earthly tyrant shocking the heavens? Commander Tyrant stared at Lin Ling as if he were looking at a ghost. This was because that move that could kill a first-level World King actually hadn't killed Lin Ling? This was too strange. How could he know that the moment he lifted his leg, Lin Ling had already seen through his martial arts? In fact, he had seen through it even more deeply than Commander Tyrant, thus he had easily dodged it. In other words, Commander Tyrant wasn't much stronger than Lin Ling. His only advantage was in his martial arts. That martial art was a top-grade martial art, and it had been cultivated to the peak by Commander Tyrant. It had to be known that a top-grade martial art was even more difficult to comprehend. And if one wanted to cultivate it to the peak, the difficulty was comparable to ascending to the heavens. However, it was only a top-grade boundary essence martial art. How could it be difficult for Lin Ling? Because I am the strongest under the World King realm. Lin Ling indifferently said as he lifted his leg. Lin Ling is the strongest under the World King realm. This means that unless one is a World King powerhouse, no one is his match. As for Commander Tyrant, he is invincible in the Martial Emperor realm. Between the two of them, who is stronger? Beneath Lin Ling's words, all the commanders felt their hearts rumble. Even falling flowers and flowing water were the same. What arrogant words! Commander Tyrant was so angry that he nearly lost his mind. Was this invincible against the strongest? If it were anyone else who said this, he would definitely laugh in disdain. But since Lin Ling said it, he couldn't ignore it. Because even now, he still hadn't killed Lin Ling. His previous arrogant declaration was now even more ironic. Arrogant words? Lin Ling laughed, disdaining to explain. He lifted his foot high, and at this moment, a mysterious power bloomed, as if it was the leg of a god. This scene was too familiar. Not to mention Commander Tyrant, even the other commanders felt it was very familiar. This was because this leg seemed to be Commander Tyrant's shocking sky. It was Commander Tyrant's trump card. Tyrant, shaking heaven and earth. Bang! Before anyone could react, Lin Ling heavily stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. But soon, the trembling quieted down. Instead, a strange atmosphere lingered in the cave. Everyone nervously looked around, wanting to know if Lin Ling had succeeded. No, no, no. How could this be? It's impossible. Commander Tyrant kept shaking his head. Everything that had happened today was beyond his understanding. Therefore, he comforted himself by telling himself that it was all fake. Bang! However, the ground told him the answer. Like a volcanic eruption, a huge light beam shot up to the sky at a speed that was beyond one's perception, crushing the bottom of the cave into dust. This power, 13% of the realm origin force, this speed was unfathomable. Wasn't this Tyrant's shocking sky move? Everything was exactly the same. Monster. Everyone looked at the scene in a daze, and only this word floated in their minds. In fact, They had always thought that Lin Ling was no match for Commander Tyrant, and this was the truth. However, if Lin Ling also had Commander Tyrant's move, then it would be hard to say who would win. As for the realm origin martial arts, it was very difficult to cultivate. It required a strong comprehension ability, and even a martial god realm genius would need to spend a few years to learn it. Even Commander Di Ba took 300 years to cultivate this move. Moreover, he was certain that he was the only one in the martial god battalion who knew this move because he had obtained this martial art from a secret realm in the myriad of worlds. Now, Lin Ling had also learned it, and it was strange that he had learned it. Could it be that Lin Ling had learned it immediately after watching him use it? And he had learned it so easily. Thinking of this, Commander Tyrant stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a martial god descending to the mortal world. What was a genius? A genius was here. Bang! Bang! However, before he could recover from his shock, the ground shook again. A second shock wave shot out from the ground, causing the bottom of the cave to disappear. 2 consecutive shock waves of realm origin. Compared to the might of the Earth Tyrant Commander, this kind of might could be said to be even greater. It could also be said that the student had surpassed the master. Bang! However, the terrifying thing was that before the second shock wave of Tyrant's shocking sky ended, the third shock wave followed closely behind. Moreover, the final shock wave was even more ferocious, almost reaching 14% of realm origin. This caused Commander Tyrant to kneel down because he knew that this was the peak of Tyrant's shocking sky. Tyrant, shaking heaven and earth. What was a genius? A monster was the most terrifying. Moreover, this was the most dazzling monster in the martial god realm. Invincible in the martial emperor realm? Under the deafening sound, Lin Ling walked over step by step with an evil smile on his face. At this moment, he was like a demon king. Chapter 2300. Incomparably powerful, Lin Ling, I had no other choice. I was ordered by the demon-destroying general's personal guard, Wu Yongqing. How about we shake hands and make peace? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Commander Di Ba stood up and frowned. He knew who he had offended. This was a character that was comparable to the 9 heavens of Qing province. If he had known earlier that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he would never have provoked Lin Ling. That's right. Is it Wu Yongqing? The other commanders also began to shout. Although Wu Yongqing and the other personal guards did not have high statuses, because they were close to the general, everyone would give them face. However, Lin Ling remained indifferent and continued forward. Commander Di Ba began to retreat. As the strongest veteran commander, he no longer had the will to fight. As for the other commanders, how could they still be proud of themselves? Their faces were all pale, and the more cowardly ones even began to run towards the hole in the sky. Finishing touch. It was too late to think of running away now. Lin Ling's sword slashed out, and the few commanders who were running away were immediately split in 2. Commander Di Ba shuddered and said, "The one who wants to kill you the most is Commander Qian Xian. If you want to settle the score, you should settle it with him." Whoosh! However, in response to that sentence, Lin Ling slashed out again. No. Those commanders who tried to escape were killed once again. Furthermore, as long as the commander made a move, he would be the first to die, causing the remaining commanders to not dare to make a move. Their hearts were bleeding, and they could not resist. They could only watch helplessly as the Grim Reaper came. "Lin Ling, how about you let me go? I can help you to resolve the grudge between you and Commander Qian Xian." The Earth Tyrant Commander shouted even louder. He was trying to find a straw to clutch at. However, he didn't know that his words were useless. Take the personal guard for example. Not only did Lin Ling not fear him, he had even ruthlessly humiliated him. Moreover, at that time, the great general didn't help the personal guard and instead helped Lin Ling. This meant that between the personal guard and Lin Ling, the great general would absolutely choose Lin Ling. As for Commander Qianxian, Lin Ling's position was different from his. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. This kind of grudge could not be resolved by anyone. Thus, the answer to his question was a single sword strike, causing a large number of commanders to die once again. You've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. Commander Diba finally understood that Lin Ling wanted to kill him. A black pill appeared in his hand, and he was about to stuff it into his mouth. The finishing touch. However, before he could do anything, Lin Ling had already slashed down with his sword. His arm was cut off. The medicinal pill fell to the ground along with his arm. No. His last hope was snuffed out, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly. He knew that he would definitely die today. He recalled everything that had happened before. At that time, he thought that he would definitely kill Lin Ling, so he was so arrogant. But now, he realized that it was all mockery. Lin Ling, I really didn't know that you were so strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have interfered. I, Diba, have been cultivating in the martial gods' barracks for thousands of years. Today, I will die in the hands of a recruit. I can't accept this. Commander Diba seemed to have aged a lot at this moment. Based on what you've said, if I wasn't strong enough, would have been killed by you. There is no enmity between the two of you. You attacked me because you wanted to curry favor with the soldiers and Commander Qianxian? According to your logic, only you can kill me, and I can't kill you? Lin Ling's lips moved slightly, and he finally spoke. Commander Diba opened his mouth, but he found it hard to refute. You said that I'm a recruit, and I won't deny it. But don't forget that I'm a commander. Lin Ling finally raised his sword. Dragon Qi gushed out from it, and he slashed out with his sword. Commander Diba raised his head, and he realized that he was not dissatisfied. He wanted to kill the commander, and that was an act of insubordination. He shouted, but in the next moment, his head was cut in half. He's dead. The remaining commanders looked dispirited and fearful. Their last pillar of support was also dead. It's your turn. Lin Ling looked at them coldly. Sir, please spare our lives. Those commanders immediately knelt down. They were finally convinced by the words, Sir. You call me sir when I'm on the verge of death, and when you're in control of the situation, I'm just a piece of trash, a cripple. Lin Ling kept his sword and stood up. He shook his head and laughed. No matter where he was, there would always be people from different factions. He could not change anything. The only thing he could do was to kill whoever provoked him. Sir, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Those commanders kowtowed in unison, which was extremely embarrassing. However, their kowtows seemed to be effective. Lin Ling turned around and walked towards Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others. Is Sir Lin Ling going to let us go? It must be. After all, we have too many commanders here. If Lin Ling killed all of them, he would not be able to answer to the martial gods battalion. That's right, it must be so. Those commanders raised their heads and smiled secretly. However, they were overthinking it. How people treat me is how I treat them. How could Lin Ling not dare to kill them? Boom! At this moment, a shockwave rushed out from the ground. It was Diba Tianjing. Under the shockwave, a large number of commanders died. Then, a second shockwave appeared. The signs of its appearance were unpredictable. Boom! It was as if a mine had exploded underground, and more commanders were killed. Boom! When the third shockwave appeared, the cave was dyed red, and all the commanders were dead. It's so powerful. Tang Yue and the others were dumbfounded. They did not expect that the people who had killed their way into the cave today would be wiped out. Moreover, there was only one person who had killed them, and it was their lord, Lin Ling. After that, when Lin Ling walked over, they all bowed to Lin Ling. At this moment, they treated Lin Ling as if they were facing a general. "Are you all right?" A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face as he said kindly. Earlier, these people had risked their lives to protect him, and this made Lin Ling completely approve of them. "My lord, we're fine now. Lu Chengfeng's severed arm has also been recovered. It's slowly recovering now." Tang Yue and the others immediately replied, and Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the surroundings and said with a smile, "Collect the fish pearls in the surroundings. Collect the things left behind by those dead commanders as well." Although danger lurked in every direction, the benefits were also enormous. Looking at the people collecting the spoils, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This breakthrough was a little rushed, so he did not break through to the limit. There were still many fish pearls in his body that had not been completely consumed. Of course, the current results were barely satisfactory to Lin Ling because his boundary essence had been converted by 20%, reaching 70%. Moreover, he had comprehended a new boundary essence martial art, Di Ba Tian Jing. This move could increase his boundary essence by 50%, allowing Lin Ling to explode with 130% of his boundary essence power. In fact, this move seemed powerful, but in terms of potential, it was not as powerful as the Black Sword record. Chapter 2301. The ferocious Lin Ling, "Sir, these are the fish pearls we collected." At this time, everyone came back. Their faces were filled with joy. It was obvious that they had obtained a great harvest. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shared the spoils and left with the others. He was no longer the same as when he had just arrived at the Blue Water World. He was confident that he could fight against a first-stage world king. A first-stage world king was a powerhouse who had converted 100% of their world essence. However, not everyone could successfully merge with their talent. Secondly, if the world king powerhouse didn't have a powerful treasure, then a martial emperor could defeat him. Of course, it had to be an outstanding figure in the martial emperor realm, such as Lin Ling. When they came back to the surface, a large number of soldiers were gathered there. The battle in the depths of the cave is so fierce. I heard that Lin Ling is also there. I wonder what the result is. They're definitely dead. Earlier, I saw the first and second ranked commanders enter the cave. With the command of the soldiers and Commander Qian Xian, it would be strange if Lin Ling didn't die. The soldiers were discussing spiritedly. At this time, a large number of figures floated out, causing everyone to fall silent. It was Lin Ling's scout barracks. Moreover, Lin Ling was also there. "Lin Ling, why aren't you dead yet? Where are the other commanders?" Finally, someone shouted angrily. This person was also a commander. He wanted to enter the cave, but the cave collapsed at that time, causing him to miss the opportunity. At this time, Lin Ling appeared with everyone. Lin Ling looked at the commander indifferently and said, "They're all dead." What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. "You lied to us. How can you be a match for the strongest commanders? They are famous powerhouses in the Green State," the previous commander said in disbelief. Hearing this, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water sneered. "Was this guy looking for death? Lied to you?" "Yes." As expected, Lin Ling's expression turned cold. In fact, many soldiers of the Martial God Battalion wanted to kill him, and he was already angry. After all, they were all from the Martial God Battalion, so why would these commanders listen to the orders of Qian Xianxia and the others? Could it be that Qian Xianxia was the commander, but Lin Ling wasn't? Now that he had just come out, these people seemed to be eager for him to die. How could he not be angry? Go to hell and ask them, and you will know whether they have deceived you or not. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the commander. Then, he viciously punched out. Relying on his god-devil body, which had already reached 2,000 universes of strength, his defense was extremely strong, and he was not afraid of ordinary world essence energy at all. You're courting death. The commander clearly didn't expect that Lin Ling would attack just like that. He angrily shouted. However, his voice made falling flowers flowing water sword and the others finally laugh out loud. Courting death? He was the one who wanted to die. Lord Lin Ling had no enmity with him. After he came out alive, he was very angry, and now he dared to say that Lin Ling was courting death? Boom! Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. He punched out. For this kind of person, letting him die was the best result. Under countless gazes, the commander was blasted into pieces. The others instantly opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Firstly, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He didn't even use world essence to kill the commander. Secondly, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He directly killed the commander without saying anything. You! The remaining people stared at Lin Ling. They didn't believe that Lin Ling was so arrogant. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, "Who dares to say that I'm courting death? Don't be too arrogant." Someone finally spoke up. Perhaps, he still hadn't accepted reality. "I like people with backbone." Lin Ling's smile became even more evil. Swoosh! With a slash of his sword, the person who spoke was split into two. He died again. He only retorted, and Lin Ling killed him. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Everyone opened their mouths wide. At this moment, they gradually became afraid. Lin Ling was simply a demon. He directly killed someone without saying anything. They quietly retreated. They didn't dare to say anything else. Speak. Let's see who still dares to speak. Lin Ling's cold eyes stared at them. At this moment, the majesty of a commander was also released. He couldn't make everyone obey him. However, he could use his strength to make them all shut up. The commander asked you to speak. None of you dare to speak? Previously, all of you were gloating as if the commander Lin Ling was going to die. Now that I've given you a chance to speak, why don't you dare to speak? A bunch of trash. Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword also spoke up. You called us trash. If Lin Ling scolded them, they definitely wouldn't dare to refute. However, even Lu Qingfeng scolded them. Some of the commanders were instantly unconvinced. Lu Qingfeng and the others weren't even commanders. What right did they have? Kill him. However, just as the person who spoke, Lin Ling waved his hand. I'll do it. Lu Qingfeng immediately stepped forward. He pulled out his sword and coldly stared at the person. Their scout camp was almost completely wiped out. Everyone had died once. This made them suppress the anger in their hearts. So, what was there to be afraid of now? Those who didn't submit would be killed. After all, these people didn't treat them as members of the martial god battalion. You, a soldier, dare to kill me? The commander frowned and released his majesty. He wanted Lu Qingfeng to see him clearly. Try to resist. If he loses a single hair, I'll kill all of your people. However, Lin Ling immediately threatened him. No matter where it was, strength was everything. Since the commander had already drawn his sword, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't be merciful. The commander didn't dare to speak anymore. Lin Ling was ruthless. If he dared to attack Lu Qingfeng, all of his people would die. Plop. The commander knelt down. He finally knew how troublesome the situation was. He didn't offend a recruit, but a senior commander. Lord Commander, it was my bad breath that offended you. I hope that you can spare my life on account of my humble apology. He knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would change his mind. Cut off his arm and teach him a lesson. Lin Ling looked at him calmly and finally said to Lu Qingfeng. Yes. Lu Qingfeng smiled coldly. At this moment, he felt proud and elated. He came in front of the commander and swung his sword. Swoosh! Blood splattered everywhere. The commander's arm was cut off by him. A soldier cutting off a commander's arm was extremely rare in the martial god battalion. Now, it had happened in front of everyone. However, the commander who had his arm cut off didn't dare to say anything. He could only smile bitterly. "Sir, please spare my life." The others' expressions changed drastically and they all bowed. They finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. A bunch of trash. Scram. Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered to kill all of them. The main reason was that although these people were watching a good show, they didn't make a move in the end. Those who made a move would be killed, and those who didn't, he wouldn't kill the innocent. Everyone, slap yourselves 3 times. You have to use all your strength before you leave. These 3 slaps are to tell you that you shouldn't have bad breath. Chapter 2302. Killing soldiers. Fight, fight, fight. Let's fight. The soldiers and commanders raised their palms. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of their palms slapping rang out without end. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at them with disdain and then led everyone away. Ha! Falling Flowers' flowing water sword saw these people slapping their own faces and immediately laughed out loud. DBIMO represented the scout camp and left behind some arrogant words. Remember, do not underestimate the scout camp. It was clear that under Lin Ling's leadership, the scout camp had completely raised their flag. Lin Ling is too arrogant. Could it be that all the powerhouses that entered the cave have died? I think that's most likely the case. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling and his people have come out alive? Even Commander Deba died? He killed a first-stage world king before. After Lin Ling and the others disappeared, everyone bitterly smiled and looked up. Now, they discovered that they had walked a circle around the hands of the god of death. "My lord, what should we do now?" Lu Qingfeng asked Lin Ling as he followed the waves. Lin Ling stared ahead. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he had the qualifications to complete this mission. But before that, there were some people he had to kill. He had to spit them out. "Kill those soldiers," Lin Ling coldly said. Those soldiers weren't too strong. They were only relying on the support of the great general. Such a villain actually dared to kill him, Lin Ling? It seemed that sparing their lives last time was too merciful. Chi. Hearing this, Falling Flowers' flowing water sword and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Kill the soldiers? This was no small matter. If any of the soldiers had a good relationship with the great general, then they would be in trouble. "Don't worry, I will support you. Go ahead and kill them." Lin Ling smiled and said to them. This caused confidence to rise in their hearts. They believed in Lord Lin Ling. Send out orders. Have everyone in the scout camp investigate the whereabouts of the soldiers. There is no need to pay attention to the enemy's movements. Lin Ling said again. Yes, sir. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were immediately delighted. In fact, they were the local geniuses of the Qing prefecture. They were arrogant and wanted to see the world in chaos. However, the martial gods battalion was too cruel and had strict military rules, so they didn't dare act too arrogantly. But now, with Lin Ling backing them up, what did they have to fear? In an instant, the 3 of them formed a group and disappeared on the spot. Scouts were also scouts, and they were obviously better at finding people than the other troop classes. While Lin Ling was waiting, the scouts also sent news that they had found the whereabouts of many of the personal guards. Alright, let's kill them one by one. Wait for me over there. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he began to raise his butcher's knife. At this moment, there were battles everywhere in the blue water world. The subordinates of the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix Monarch were fighting the army of the Martial God Battalion. Lin Ling went along with the waves, causing the eyes of many warriors at the bottom of the water to flicker. This was because in a battle between armies, apart from a few powerful individuals, who would dare to advance alone? The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion, how unlucky. They actually encountered us. Lin Ling quickly encountered the subordinates of the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix Monarch. These people were extremely strong. However, Lin Ling didn't even spare them a glance and slashed with his sword. Bang! Those martial artists were instantly killed by a single sword strike. Lin Ling continued forward while he pondered, the subordinates of the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix Monarch aren't strong. Looks like the end of the mission is getting closer and closer. Even though he'd promised the general to complete the mission, when he thought of the enemy, he wanted to kill the enemy more than the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix Monarch. As he continued forward, the battle ahead became even more intense. A large number of commanders were fighting a group of unknown warriors. Those warriors were presumably the subordinates of the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix Monarch. When Lin Ling descended from the sky, the battlefield instantly fell silent. Countless people stared at Lin Ling, wondering what Lin Ling had come here for. "Sir, there are 3 bodyguards protected by the commanders over there." Almost at the same time, several figures swam out from the dense aquatic plants at the bottom of the water. They were Lin Ling's scouts. "Good, you've done well. I'll reward you when we return." Lin Ling immediately nodded. He held his sword and walked towards the battlefield like a god of death. The people on the battlefield were even more astonished. However, some people recognized Lin Ling and immediately asked, "Lin Ling, what are you doing here?" No matter how he looked at it, Lin Ling didn't seem to be here to help. "To kill the bodyguards." Lin Ling spoke bluntly, causing the battlefield to fall silent. Both sides had their mouths wide open. Lin Ling wasn't here to help, but to kill his own people? "How dare you kill your own people?" A soldier shouted angrily. He didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. However, these words were very ironic. When they came to kill Lin Ling, they didn't treat Lin Ling as one of their own. Therefore, Lin Ling only sneered and continued forward. "I want to kill those 3 bodyguards. Whoever dares to stop me will be treated like a bandit." Ha! When everyone heard this, they were all stunned for a moment. Lin Ling, are you stupid? Attacking your own people is a violation of military rules. You'll be beheaded. Soon, 3 figures walked out from the mountain range in the distance. Beside them were several commanders, protecting them as if they were under a curtain. Ironically, these 3 bodyguards weren't strong. They came to participate in the mission just to join in the fun. Lin Ling continued forward and laughed disdainfully. "With so many people watching, I don't believe you dare to kill them." The 3 bodyguards weren't afraid of Lin Ling at all. One of them even patted his neck and said arrogantly. In fact, not only them, but even the other soldiers didn't think Lin Ling would dare to kill them. Even the people of the Sea Burial Chiefing Monarch thought so. Go to hell. Go. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not dare to kill them? He slashed out with his sword. It was as sharp as the blade of the god of death. Whoosh! The head of the bodyguard who patted his neck flew up. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. He died with remaining grievances. Because Lin Ling really dared to kill them. Moreover, he killed them in front of the army. Didn't this mean that he was on the same side as the Sea Burial Chiefing Monarch? When the other 2 bodyguards came to their senses, their bodies suddenly trembled and they began to feel afraid. They quietly stepped back and wanted the commanders beside them to stop Lin Ling. However, those commanders didn't dare to do so because Lin Ling seemed to be bathed in a sea of blood. It was too terrifying. "You sent people to kill me because you thought I wouldn't dare to kill you. Now I'll tell you that you're too weak. Lin Ling didn't bother to talk nonsense with the remaining 2 bodyguards. His sword was like a dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 heads flew up. The 2 bodyguards were dead. After that, Lin Ling left with his sword. He didn't participate in the battle at all. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. For a moment, they were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. Lin Ling was the only person in the martial gods battalion who had the courage to kill his own people instead of the enemy. Sir, there are 2 bodyguards on this side. Chapter 2303. Looking down on military might, sir, there are 2 bodyguards on this side. After Lin Ling left, the other scouts also sent messages to Lin Ling, asking him to move in the direction they pointed. The battle there was even more intense. The army had encountered the experts of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King, and they couldn't stop them at all. The 2 bodyguards there were protected by several commanders. Their faces were extremely ugly as they roared, "You bunch of trash, why can't you kill the enemy?" Those commanders didn't dare to speak at all. Their faces were all pale. At this moment, the experts of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King arrived in a mighty manner and surrounded the hill they were on. This made the 2 bodyguards panic. They never expected that they would encounter the most powerful subordinates of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King while just having fun in the blue water world. However, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Lin Ling. This person's sudden appearance surprised everyone, especially the 2 commanders. They looked at Lin Ling expectantly as if they had seen a life-saving straw. As for the people of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King, they were facing a formidable enemy. Kill them. If you can't kill them, I'll do it. However, when those commanders thought that their savior had arrived, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, and he said it to the enemy. This time, they were all dumbfounded. Lin Ling, you actually dared to collude with the enemy? When those commanders came to their senses, they were all furious. Well, you knew that we were going to be killed, but you didn't help us. You have violated the military rules of the martial god battalion. The 2 bodyguards roared in disbelief. Lin Ling didn't help them, but let the enemy kill them instead. This was too ridiculous. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Why didn't you think of violating the military rules when you asked those commanders to kill me? He looked at those commanders again and said, at the beginning of the mission, you were eyeing me covetously and couldn't wait to kill me. Now you want me to help you? Do you think I, Lin Ling, am stupid, or are you idiots? His voice was resolute and decisive, leaving those commanders unable to refute him. They all wanted Lin Ling to die. Now that they were in danger, they actually wanted Lin Ling to help them. This was obviously very ironic. Kill. The people of Sea Burial Chi Phoenix King also saw the situation and immediately charged up the hill again. Gradually, many of the commanders fell. The faces of the 2 bodyguards became even paler. They continued to send the commanders to their deaths. In the end, they looked at Lin Ling with pleading eyes. Lin Ling, help us. Although it was embarrassing to beg Lin Ling, it was clear that his life was more important at this moment. Beg me? Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. Didn't you guys want to kill me? We were wrong. We failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please help us. The 2 bodyguards slapped their own faces. They never thought that there would be a day when they, who were high and mighty, would beg Lin Ling. If they knew this moment would come, they would have curried favor with Lin Ling long ago. One of the bodyguards saw Lin Ling's indifference and said bitterly, "We promise you that we won't cause trouble for you anymore." As soon as he said this, the smile on Lin Ling's face became even more sarcastic. He turned around and left. Don't forget that I'm here to cause trouble for you. You don't have the right to cause trouble for me. These 2 bodyguards were about to die, but their tone was as if they were rewarding Lin Ling. It was as if not causing trouble for Lin Ling was an honor for Lin Ling. Laughable, lamentable. As they watched Lin Ling leave, the two bodyguards were disheartened. They kept shouting for Lin Ling to help, but what greeted them was the enemy's attack. Before they died, they only had deep regret. This was because they should have stayed by the general's side. This battle of life and death was not suitable for them. As for wanting to kill Lin Ling, they were simply overestimating themselves. After that, the scouts found the other bodyguards. In the end, they were all killed by Lin Ling. There was only one left. It was Wu Yongqing. Where he was, that was the place where the senior commanders gathered. In response, Lin Ling did not hesitate. He raised his sword and killed his way to them. Wu Yongqing and Senior Commander Qian Xian were people he had to kill. Even if Lin Ling did not complete the mission, it did not matter. This was also to establish the military's prestige. Even if it was not for himself, Lin Ling had to do it for the soldiers who believed in him. Senior Commander Lin Ling is crazy. He is killing his own people. No way, no one stopped him. Other than the senior commanders, who can stop him? I heard that even Senior Commander Diba died in Lin Ling's hands. The entire blue water world was filled with surprised voices. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had stirred up a storm of blood. His fame had long surpassed that of Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King. However, many people did not believe that Lin Ling could succeed. This was because Wu Yongqing was in the senior commander's camp. Lin Ling could defeat Senior Commander Diba, but could he face a World King powerhouse? This was obviously impossible. As for those who had no ill intentions towards Lin Ling from the beginning, at this moment, they admired Lin Ling's calmness. Whoever killed him, Lin Ling would kill. It was that simple. As for the mission, military rules, and so on, everything was meaningless. At this moment, in an ancient ruin in the blue water world, a large number of powerhouses had gathered. They were preparing to give Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King a fatal blow. However, the news that Lin Ling wanted to kill Wu Yongqing had spread. Nonsense, the army is dispatched to suppress bandits. He is killing his own people. This is contempt for the military's prestige. He is just deliberately mystifying. I don't believe he dares to come. Many senior commanders sneered when they received the news. As for Senior Commander Huang Qi, Ling Hulei, and the others, they smiled bitterly. Lin Ling did not make a move, but once he did, the martial god camp would be shaken. Then, they looked at the corner of the ancient city wall. A young man stood there, and it was Wu Yongqing. At this moment, he had a cold smile on his face and was even drinking wine. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could kill him. That trash. Senior Commander Huang Qi and the others cursed. Wu Yongqing was participating in the mission, but he was not here to suppress bandits. He was simply here to cause trouble. However, he was the general's personal guard, so not many people dared to say anything about him. The scout camp is here. At this time, someone shouted, causing the entire ancient ruin to fall silent. Outside the ruined city walls, many soldiers were staring into the distance. A tornado had formed in the distance. In the roaring waves, a large number of people flew over. They were from the scout camp. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe and holding an ancient sword. He looked like he was going to conquer the world. He was Lin Ling. Is he really here? In the distant ruins, Senior Commander Qian Xian stood there coldly. He did not expect Lin Ling to dare to come. In this way, Lin Ling had violated the military rules. He could also attack Lin Ling. Moreover, he had attacked the general's personal guard. He could not help but wonder if Lin Ling had gone crazy. Stop right there. Soon, the waves exploded and the sound waves spread. Some soldiers shouted angrily at Lin Ling. Obviously, there were more people who did not give face to Lin Ling. After all, there were many senior commanders who had the same status as Lin Ling. Moreover, the person Lin Ling wanted to kill was the general's personal guard. From a certain point of view, he had a higher status than Lin Ling. Slap him. However, on the scout camp side, Luo Hua, Flowing Water, and the others shouted sternly as if they were the most loyal subordinates. Chapter 2304. Fighting the Heavens and Earth. How arrogant, that is Great Commander Windhorn's man. There was no one who wasn't shocked by this scene. Lin Ling bullying a commander was normal, but to even dare to bully a great commander's man, that was abnormal. His actions were going to offend a lot of grand commanders. How dare you touch my man? Sure enough, on the other side of the ancient ruins, an old man was enraged. He was like an angry lion, the axe in his hand was pointed forward. This person was a first-stage world king powerhouse. In his anger, waves of water exploded in all directions. Besides him, the other great commanders also narrowed their eyes, their expressions cold. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. Of course, they didn't act rashly. After all, they knew that Lin Ling had been invited by the great general. Let him come. But at this time, a smiling voice suddenly sounded. It was Great Commander Qian Xian. In fact, Great Commander Qian Xian wished that Lin Ling could kill his way over, so he wouldn't stop Lin Ling. After all, if he did, he wouldn't be able to catch Lin Ling's weakness. Seeing Great Commander Qian Xian speak, the army immediately opened a path for the scout battalion to walk over. From afar, the mountain was covered with armored soldiers. They were orderly and imposing, but there was one troop that stood out from the rest. They were fearless. This scene was extremely shocking. The surroundings gradually calmed down. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard. It was extremely depressing. Lin Ling, you want to kill Wu Yongqing? Do you know that this is against the military rules? If so, I can kill you. On a city wall, Great Commander Qian Xian wore blue armor. His blue cape fluttered like water. He looked like a war god, his eyes filled with majesty. Hearing those words, Commander Huang Qi and the others let out cold and indifferent voices. Great Commander Qian Xian, I dare you to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. They owed Lin Ling a favor, so naturally, they would help Lin Ling. However, they also felt that Lin Ling's actions were too crazy. Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling has disregarded military rules. Could it be that we can't kill him? Qian Xian sneered. Many people nodded in agreement. They also thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant. Such words undoubtedly made it difficult for Commander Huang Qi and the others to refute. They could only look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked cold. He stopped and nodded at Commander Huang Qi. Then he looked at Commander Qian Xian and said, when I came to kill Wu Yongqing, you said I disobeyed the rules. Why didn't you say he disobeyed the rules when he came to kill me? He came to kill you? Was that even possible? What kind of strength does he have, and what kind of strength do you have? This point is obvious to all. Moreover, he is only a personal guard of the great general. He has no power or influence. What can he use to kill you? I think you're trying to put a big hat on Wu Yongqing. Commander Qian Xian smiled faintly when he heard that. At this moment, he would definitely not admit the truth. Commander Qian Xian is right. Lin Ling is too cruel. He kills whoever he wants. Does he think the Martial God Barracks is his home? The Martial God Barracks is a sacred and dignified barracks. Lin Ling is nothing. The other commanders snorted coldly. Some of them were against Lin Ling. Some of them were just bystanders. However, regardless of their position, they were infuriated by Lin Ling's arrogance. They did not want a newcomer to step on their heads. In the ruins, a young man who was drinking lazily walked out. Lord Lin Ling, you're so impressive. The mission to suppress the bandits has begun. Instead of suppressing the bandits, you came to kill me. Huh, the martial god barracks is your home. You can kill whoever you want. Kill. He and Commander Qian Xian had sent people to kill Lin Ling. However, none of them admitted it. Instead, they slandered Lin Ling for being cruel and merciless. Despicable. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Luo Hua Lushui and the others were livid. They had not expected the other party to be so cunning. Justice is in everyone's heart. In fact, everyone knows whether you sent people to kill me or not. Lin Ling's expression did not change in the face of Qian Xian and the other slander. Instead, he looked at the soldiers around him. Many of them lowered their heads. Obviously, they were guilty. How could they not know that the two commanders wanted to kill Lin Ling? However, they did not dare to say it out loud. The martial god's camp is very large. It is impossible for me to get everyone to speak for me. However, my camp supports me, and that is enough. It is also because you almost destroyed my camp in order to kill me that I have decided to pay you a visit today. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and said indifferently. What do you want? One of the commanders asked with a frown. What do I want? Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. Then, he drew out his sword and said, the two of them must die. Anyone who tries to stop me will be my enemy. Kill. The sword was drawn with an imposing aura. It was arrogant and overbearing. The hearts of countless soldiers on the battlefield trembled subconsciously. This was the demeanor of a general. Those who offend me will be killed no matter how far away they are. Bold, wild, tyrannical, fearless, fearless. At this moment, many soldiers were envious of the scouts. They also wanted to have a commander who dared to take responsibility for his actions. As for the commanders, they fell silent. Although they were still shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance, they knew that Commander Qian Xian and the others had indeed sent people to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, they would let them deal with it themselves. Lin Ling, do you think you can kill us? Let me tell you, with me here, you won't be able to kill Wu Yongqing. Commander Qian Xian sneered. In fact, he admired Lin Ling very much. He dared to take responsibility for his actions and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He was an extremely rare genius at the martial god realm. If it weren't for the fact that they were on opposing sides, he would have liked to be friends with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he would never be friends with Lin Ling. You're quite strong, but you're still too young to face a world king. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, 100% of realm essence floated out from Commander Qian Xian's body, forming a vacuum in the water. As his strength erupted, many soldiers narrowed their eyes. It seemed that Lin Ling wasn't going to let this go. The battle between the commanders was about to begin. They could only look up to this level of battle. However, they could see whether Commander Lin Ling or Commander Qian Xian was stronger. Lin Ling will help you. Yes. Commander Huang Qi and the others walked out when they saw that the battle was about to break out. They couldn't watch Lin Ling die in the hands of Commander Qian Xian. Army, move out. Yes. The army that followed them also moved out to support Lin Ling. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be divided into three camps. One side belonged to Lin Ling, one side belonged to Commander Qian Xian, and one side was a bystander. Chapter 2305. The powerful Grand Commander Qian Xian. Even the enemy soldiers in the distance frowned. They even thought that this was a ploy by the martial god battalion to lure them in. Seeing the support of the army around him, Lin Ling's heart warmed. He looked at Grand Commander Huang Qi and said, "Thank you all for your help, but there's no need. This is a grudge between me and them. I wish to resolve it myself. After all, this grudge is not only between me and them, but also between my scout battalion. This. Hearing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others' complexions changed. But, they also knew how stubborn Lin Ling was. Thus, they could only sigh in their hearts. Lin Ling, he had a lofty and unyielding character. As for the surrounding army, many of them admired Lin Ling's pride. This was because Lin Ling didn't seek help from others. To fight Grand Commander Qian Xian by himself, who could do such a thing? After all, although Lin Ling was also a Grand Commander, everyone knew that Lin Ling was only a rising star. As for Grand Commander Qian Xian, he was already famous in the Martial God Battalion. The two of them weren't on the same level. As for the Scout Battalion, they were all excited. Before this, they had protected Lin Ling with falling flowers and flowing water and had nearly died. But now, Lin Ling was going to seek justice for them. You have courage. But, do you think you can defeat me? Grand Commander Qian Xian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ling. In truth, he didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. For the sake of his subordinates, for the sake of venting his anger, Lin Ling dared to challenge him. His courage was good, but in the martial god world, strength was everything. Currently, Lin Ling wasn't even at the World King realm. He wanted to see just how Lin Ling would kill him. Since that's the case, then let's cut the crap and fight. Grand Commander Qian Xian shouted out loud. World essence wrapped around him like dragons. Some people could even see that in the distant infinite worlds, the strength of a world was drawn out by him. Drawing out the strength of a world, this was the strength of a World King powerhouse. Die. Commander Qian Xian did not hold back. His destructive realm origin turned into an ancient pagoda and pressed down on Lin Ling. He didn't hold back at all. Great Sorrow Golden Cloud Tower. Many Grand Commanders narrowed their eyes when they saw that. That was a second-grade low-origin martial skill. If Grand Commander Qian Xian used it, its power would reach 120% of his origin energy. It could be said that this move was the difference between a commander and a senior commander. Rumble. In the water, the terrifying pagoda descended from the sky, creating a kind of illusion. It was as if this pagoda could only be collided and could not be avoided. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In fact, he knew that he was no match for Qian Xianxian. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. However, this was also the first time Lin Ling had fought a World King powerhouse since arriving at Martial God World. Even Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't think that he would fight a World King powerhouse so soon. Of course, Lin Ling could have avoided this battle, but he didn't. This was because Grand Commander Qian Xian had tried to harm him time and time again. This time, his entire army had nearly been annihilated. Thus, if Lin Ling continued to endure, then his heart of martial arts would be flawed. Since he couldn't endure, then he would fight with his back to the river. He would fight with his life on the line. Rumble. In the sky, a brilliant heavenly might came crashing down. Before it even landed, Lin Ling's surroundings were sucked dry. The water evaporated, forming a vacuum. 120% world origin energy, and it surpassed the attack of an ordinary 120% world origin energy. This was Grand Commander Qian Xian's method. Lin Ling, hurry up and avoid it. Run. In the distance, Great Commander Huang Qi and the others shouted out. As for the scout camp, although they didn't shout out, the worry in their eyes was obvious. The Martial Emperor realm and the World King realm was a great divide. Could Lord Lin Ling win? Rumble. The Death Pagoda in the sky came closer and closer. But, Lin Ling remained indifferent. His backbone and military strength are admirable. Unfortunately, his strength is a bit too weak. The Grand Commanders shook their heads. In truth, they also knew why Lin Ling didn't fear this battle. This was because a soldier had the aura of a soldier. If he didn't fight back when others tried to bully him, then he was a coward. Let alone Lin Ling, even the scouts couldn't raise their heads in front of the martial god battalion. In truth, this was also a battle of dignity. And at this time, Lin Ling finally moved. He grasped his sword with both hands and ruthlessly slashed down at the pagoda in the sky. If he moved a moment earlier, his momentum wouldn't be enough. If he moved a moment later, his life would be in danger. Now was the best time. Mount Tai came crashing down. At this moment, the unceasingly condensed strength erupted from the tyrannical song sword. Bang! The pagoda and sword collided. Ripples of water exploded outwards, as if two worlds were colliding. The terrifying strength caused many soldiers to fly backwards, their armors cracking. This was a collision between World King powerhouses. The deterrence was truly terrifying. He blocked it. Then, many people stared at the center of the ruins in horror. There, the youth grasped his sword with both hands, as if he wanted to split apart the world of water. His head touched the heavens, his feet stepped on the ground, and he soared into the skies, fighting all under the heavens. How fierce, he actually blocked 100% of my world essence attack. Lord Lin Ling was only a new recruit not too long ago. In the Battle of the Divine List, he only erupted with 60% of his world essence. Now, he has 100% of his world essence. Many soldiers cried out in alarm. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was too monstrous. Grand Commander Xianxia narrowed his eyes. In truth, when he heard that Lin Ling had defeated the tyrannical Earth Commander, he thought it was just an accident. After all, the tyrannical Earth Commander was able to defeat a first-stage World King. But now, he finally knew that Lin Ling did indeed have the ability to defeat the tyrannical Earth Commander. This Lin Ling was truly terrifying. If he was given more time, he could absolutely kill the tyrannical Earth Commander. Thus, Lin Ling had to be killed. You have some skill. Unfortunately, blocking this move will require you to use your full strength. I want to see just how you block it. Grand Commander Qianxian angrily shouted. His entire body shined with a golden light as if he were a golden god of war. He muttered to himself, the power of Qianli world, only I can use it. If gods block me, I will kill gods. If Buddhas block me, I will destroy Buddhas. Golden Moon Dragon Dance. His innate talent had actually completely fused with Jia Yuan. Although he hadn't found a suitable treasure and hadn't cultivated many Jia Yuan martial arts, with the advantage of his innate talent fusion, there were few who could match him among the senior commanders. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The cloud-like power of the sun and moon danced in the air from Grand Commander Qianxuan's hands, forming countless dragon phantoms. Each one was 100 meters long and they were all golden in color. These dragons were extremely fast, dancing in the air. It was a startling sight. As for Grand Commander Qianxuan's arms, they were like two dragons, domineering over everything. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Grand Commander Qianxian was truly strong. His left eye could already see him. Grand Commander Qianxian was at the first level of the World King realm. Compared to an ordinary World King, his talent had already fused with his world essence. It was a metal attribute talent. As for the metal attribute, it was indestructible. Not only was its attack swift and fierce, but its speed was also extremely fast. Fierce, he was indeed an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. So fast. At this time, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. In front of him, a giant golden dragon roared as it rushed towards him. This dragon seemed as if it had been summoned from the home of dragons. Most importantly, its speed was extremely fast, comparable to his dragon painting finishing touch. Dragon painting finishing touch. Chapter 2306. Narrowing the gap. Whoosh. When the sword appeared, the draconic energy also roared. Sharp and fierce world essence transformed into a sword, colliding with the golden divine dragon. Clang. What was surprising was that the sound of the sword colliding with the golden dragon was actually the sound of metal colliding. They were evenly matched. Lin Ling isn't weak either. Seeing this scene, many soldiers secretly clenched their fists. They thought that Lin Ling was not his match at all, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually exchange 2 moves? However, the commanders were shaking their heads. Lin Ling had risked his life to block the Golden Moon Dragon dance. What about the remaining Golden Moon Dragon dance? Lin Ling simply couldn't block it. Weak. Commander Qian Xian also had the same thought. After he spoke, he waved his hands. Roar! 100 dragons roared, and a terrifying whirlpool was stirred up at the bottom of the water. Above the heads of countless soldiers, countless golden dragons filled the sky and danced rapidly. That speed was the speed of a world. The so-called speed of a realm meant that one could traverse a realm in a single breath. Martial artists who have fused their innate talent with their realm essence are indeed powerful. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression became even colder. He held his sword to block, but it was too fast. He couldn't block it. Puff! One of the dragons pierced through his body, causing him to spit out blood. Then, the second and third lines appeared. It was unstoppable. Huh, is this all you've got? When Commander Qian Xian saw this, he sneered. Wu Yongqing also laughed sinisterly. He felt that Lin Ling coming to kill him was the biggest mistake of his life. Boom! Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling was completely entangled by millions of golden dragons. Those golden dragons seemed to represent the heavenly dragon star, making it difficult for anyone to stop them. As time passed, the golden dragon began to fly in the sky. The earth was in chaos. Mud spread out, blocking all sight. Is he dead? The crowd made a sound, making the bottom of the water even more silent. However, at this moment, the mud finally dissipated. A blue-robed man was still standing there with a sword pointed at Qian Xian from afar. Lin Ling was not dead. What? Everyone's hearts immediately thundered. Lin Ling was too tenacious. Even Commander Qian Xian frowned. This was beyond his expectation. He said indifferently, "It seems that I have underestimated your defensive power." In reality, he had indeed underestimated Lin Ling's physical strength. The current God-Devil body was no longer the same as before. Its defense was so strong that it could block a large amount of realm essence. One of the 3 great absolutes of the past had been restored. Although Lin Ling had blocked the attack of the golden dragons, he had obviously suffered heavy injuries. However, the battle intent in his eyes had become even more frenzied. It seemed like he had challenged Commander Qian Xian recklessly, but the truth was, he had his own plans. Previously, he had swallowed many fish pearls and wanted to break through in one go. However, he was interrupted by the Earth Tyrant Commander. Therefore, if he wanted to continue breaking through, he needed external help. And Commander Qian Xian was that external force. After the terrifying impact of the realm essence, Lin Ling sensed that the source of corporeal force in his dantian was spinning crazily. The amount of realm essence that was being converted had also increased. However, it was still not enough. It was still lacking. Until now, you still don't understand the gap between you and me? Commander Qian Xian continued to stare at Lin Ling. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength, he was not worried. There is a gap between us, but it will gradually decrease. Lin Ling said indifferently, and he was extremely confident. Huh. Commander Qian Xian could not help but laugh. You are as weak as an old man, and you say that the gap between us will decrease? What a joke. Is that so? Lin Ling did not comment. However, no one believed his words at all. Many people also thought that Lin Ling was as weak as an old man at the moment. Actually, I admire you. Unfortunately, we are on different sides. Therefore, I will still kill you. However, you are too weak to threaten me. Therefore, it is time to end this. Commander Qian Xian stretched out his right hand. In his palm, the entire world seemed to be under his control. Lin Ling was the representative of miracles. However, no miracles could be created in front of him. However, just as he was about to attack, the ground suddenly shook. A sense of danger arose spontaneously. It was a strange feeling, but Qian Xianxia believed it without a doubt. Oh no! Commander Qian Xianxia shouted angrily as he looked around. His panicked look made many people's expressions change drastically. What is going on? Boom! At the same time, the ground shook. A huge shockwave rushed up from the ground and destroyed everything in its path. This was the Earth Tyrant shocking the heavens. This move was known for its stealth. Even Commander Qian Xianxia did not notice it. Moreover, he sensed that the shockwave was powerful enough to injure him. Of course, in the past, Commander Di Ba had used this move to kill a first-stage world king. Therefore, although Commander Qian Xianxia was stronger, it was impossible for him to not be afraid of this move. However, even though he retreated quickly, it was already too late. A terrifying shockwave surged into the sky, shattering his blue armor. He roared, and a golden dragon appeared around him, circling around him. Borrowing the force of the circling, he quickly retreated, dodging all of the shockwave's attacks. After avoiding the danger, Commander Qian Xianxia was furious. He had underestimated Lin Ling. It's not over yet. However, Lin Ling shook his head and said. Sure enough, just as Commander Qian Xianxia dodged the first wave of attack, the second wave of light shot up to the sky behind him. The armor behind Commander Qian Xianxia cracked at this moment. I have said that the gap between us is narrowing. Do you understand now? Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Boom! The third wave of light shot up to the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Although Commander Qian Xianxia dodged this wave of attack by luck, it was obvious that he was severely injured. Most importantly, the blue armor that he was so proud of was now completely cracked open. He floated in the water and his face was gloomy. He had thought that Lin Ling was an ant, a dying old man. However, he had not expected that Lin Ling's attack could still affect him and even humiliate him. Was this the ant that he had thought of? You destroyed my armor. Commander Qian Xianxia said in a low voice. This was the first time that he had been injured by a junior who was at the martial emperor realm. I am just returning the favor. In fact, I just want to remind you that you should not underestimate me. On the ground, Lin Ling lifted up his head and said indifferently. So powerful. I thought that Lord Lin Ling would not be able to fight back. In the end, he managed to strike back fiercely. That's right. That is Commander Di Ba's unique skill. Lin Ling's skill is more powerful than Commander Di Ba's. I am afraid that only Lin Ling can injure a world king when he is at the martial emperor realm. Without a doubt, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Chapter 2307. Profound Sword Records 4th Level, Heart Flute Sword Form. One had to know that a Grand Commander was not a commander. Every single one of them was truly powerful, and their reputation was well-deserved. Everyone knew that Lin Ling had become a senior commander because the Martial God Battalion valued his potential. It did not mean that Lin Ling had the strength of a senior commander. However, Lin Ling had managed to injure Qiangxuanshan during the battle. Who wouldn't be shocked by this? Since the establishment of the Martial God Battalion, he is the second-stage martial emperor to injure a Stage 1 world king. The senior commanders mumbled to themselves. In the records of the Martial God Battalion, only one person had achieved such a feat. It was Master Huang Fuidao. Now, this miracle that had disappeared in history had appeared once again. It seems like the gap between us has narrowed. However, I will not underestimate you anymore. Senior Commander Xianxia tore apart the broken armor and raised his right hand. Thousands of golden dragons circled in his palm. Gradually, a golden sun appeared and grew bigger. Azure Cloud God break. Seeing the terrifying sun, many commanders sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that Xianxia would use his trump card against Lin Ling. This Azure Cloud God break was Xianxia's origin martial art. It had reached the first rank of the second grade. It could not be underestimated. This time, Lin Ling should not be able to block it. Lin Ling used all his strength before, but he only injured Xianxia. Now, Xianxia will not let him go. Many people said solemnly. Lin Ling, your previous attack was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, it did not kill me. Now, you have no chance. As the sun in his palm grew bigger, Xianxia said confidently. The reason why I did not kill you is because I want you to use a stronger attack. Lin Ling looked at the blazing sun and said faintly. Huh, you're still so arrogant. Let's see how you're going to block my stronger attack. Commander Xianxia was still preparing the blazing sun. This was an attack that required 15% of the world origin energy. He wanted to kill it with one strike. Moreover, he believed that Lin Ling would not run away. Since Lin Ling had come, he would definitely want to fight to the end. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was extremely solemn. However, he knew that he couldn't avoid it. After all, he had come here to fight to the death. If I die here, it means that this is all I am. Lin Ling sheathed his sword, closed his eyes, and stood there quietly. What is he doing? Everyone was surprised. Facing the powerful attack of Xianxia, Lin Ling actually closed his eyes. At this moment, even the commanders couldn't understand what Lin Ling was doing. There's no way he can make up for the difference in cultivation level. I think he's given up. Someone suddenly said, making even more people agree. It was because this was the only explanation. Wu Yongqing smiled and drank his wine. He also thought that Lin Ling had given up. However, soon, he frowned. This was because he felt that Lin Ling's body was becoming illusory. An indescribable energy quietly spread out. Hurry up and attack. Lin Ling is comprehending. Wu Yongqing shouted anxiously. As soon as his words fell, everyone was stunned. Facing a World King realm expert, Lin Ling was comprehending? He was crazy. Comprehending in front of me? Commander Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He already knew that Lin Ling was a monstrous genius. Now that he saw it, he knew how monstrous Lin Ling was. After all, Lin Ling could be killed by him at any time. However, Lin Ling still had the mood to comprehend. Moreover, the comprehension of the martial emperor realm usually took several years. How could there be sudden enlightenment? Die. At that moment, the giant sun in his hand became bigger and bigger. A destructive aura burst out. It was a world. That's right, he had completely extracted the power of a world. Even millions of stars appeared above his head, proving the terrifying power of his world. Rumble. The power of that realm mercilessly blasted towards Lin Ling. Attack. At that moment, Commander Huang Qi stepped forward. He wanted to help Lin Ling. However, as soon as he moved, an arm pulled him back. It was Ling Hulei. Ling Hulei said with a serious face, "Don't forget that Lin Ling once said something that helped you break through. Therefore, Lin Ling is not a fool. Since he dares to challenge Xianxia today, he must have his own plans. But, what if we're wrong?" Commander Huang Qi frowned. Ling Hulei's face changed. He sighed and said, "Then we'll lose the bet. However, I believe that Lin Ling doesn't want us to participate because he's gambling with his life." Hearing this, Commander Huang Qi finally stopped in his tracks. Breaking heart and parting emotions, breaking obsession, combining forms and returning to origin, righteous view with dust, evil nature concentration, spirit and form preservation. At that moment, Lin Ling closed his eyes. An old man appeared in his mind. It was a carefree old man. He was the Sword Emperor from the Sword World. The fourth level of the Black Sword record, the heart of the flute sword. In fact, Lin Ling came to challenge Wuxia Xianxia today not only to break through to the next level, but also to increase the power of the world origin martial arts. Sometimes, martial artists needed pressure. Only when the pressure was close to them could they unleash their full potential. Since Lin Ling came to the martial god realm, he had not encountered any great danger. Therefore, he knew that if things went too smoothly, it would be detrimental to his martial path. The enlightenment this time made him realize that a swordsman was upright and outspoken. However, a soft sword could also kill enemies. The combination of hardness and softness was the sword of the sword world. Lin Ling's left eye seemed to be able to see the primordial wilderness and the birth of the profound sword record. When a swordsman practices the sword, what they pursue is sharpness, speed, and a fatal strike. But in reality, the sword has thousands of forms, and the soft sword is also one of them. It's just that its power is too weak, so it's abandoned by people. At least in Lin Ling's world, Lin Ling had never heard of anyone cultivating the soft sword. But now, he was going to cultivate. The heart of the flute sword form could be both civil and martial, both hard and soft. While he was comprehending, the huge blazing sun was getting closer and closer. Even in the army below, many people were shouting. In their opinion, even if Lin Ling counterattacked or retreated now, it was already too late. As for Commander Wuxia Xianxia, he stared straight ahead. He was very nervous. He would not be at ease until he saw Lin Ling die. Because he knew that Lin Ling could rise from the ashes. However, gradually, he smiled because the blazing sun that represented the power of a world had enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling was powerless to reverse the situation. No! On the scout camp side, everyone shouted. Could it be that Lin Ling challenging Wuxia Xianxia was a mistake? No one saw that Lin Ling had finally attacked. However, his sword was very slow, and it even seemed to be powerless. However, this sword still slashed forward. Although it seemed like he was overestimating himself, it carried Lin Ling's determination. A swordsman could be both hard and soft. Chi. When the huge sword collided with the huge blazing sun, an ear-piercing sound rang out. The terrifying power caused Lin Ling's body to tremble and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his expression did not change, and the sword still slashed down. Chapter 2308. The ultimate sword Dao. But right at this moment, something strange happened. The sword seemed slow, but it produced a shockwave, an extremely terrifying shockwave. The sword slowly slashed down, but the huge blazing sun began to crack. Dripping water penetrates stone, using softness to overcome hardness. The shockwave lingered on the ancient sword, making it seem like a saw, cutting through everything. No one saw this scene. Everyone could only see the vast power of a world in the sky, ancient and vast, surging towards the sun like a flood, erasing Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. But at this moment, the huge sun stopped moving forward. At the same time, a crack appeared on the dazzling sun. It was small at first, but it gradually grew bigger. Boom! In just a moment, under countless gazes, the sun was forcibly torn apart. It felt like it was being cut apart by a saw. At this moment, the universe began to chant. The light of the gods floated in the sky, causing the bottom of the water to be colorful. This light was the light of chaos. It was said that this was the most ancient light in the myriad of worlds. The great realm of Dao. Countless eyes stared at the holy light. Someone let out a shocked cry. The eyes of the commanders were filled with disbelief. And amidst the sputtering power, Lin Ling's body appeared. His body was covered in wounds and blood, but his mouth was curved into a proud smile. His sword Dao had improved once again. Moreover, with the help of the Black Sword record, he had finally comprehended the ultimate sword Dao. The so-called ultimate sword Dao was a type of grand Dao. It came from the chaos of the myriad of worlds, and it was the end of the sword Dao. It was divided into the fundamental realm, the intricate realm, the true meaning of Dao, the domain of Dao, and the perfect Dao. The fundamental realm was the sword Dao that Lin Ling had cultivated in the rainforest's sacred ground. It was vast and varied, including all the sword Daos of that world. But in the end, it was only a world and could not be considered a grand Dao. But now, Lin Ling had comprehended the arcane subtlety. This was the great Dao of primordial chaos, a Dao of the sword that transcended this world. This type of cultivation level didn't seem lower than realm essence, but it extracted the mysterious power of the universe's primal chaos. That was why, compared to realm essence, it was even more powerful. It was because the power it used was primal chaos power. The gap has narrowed again. Amidst the silence, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Although it sounded so powerless, it was also so resolute. That's right, the gap between him and Commander Qian Xian was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, everyone realized that Lin Ling challenging the Qian profound god was not reckless, nor was it overestimating his own abilities. Lin Ling wanted to use the Qian profound god to increase his own strength. And now, Lin Ling's strength had indeed increased greatly. What a freak! I've seen people who use death to temper their martial arts. However, he's the only person I know who dares to challenge someone who's several levels lower than him. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others were shocked. They finally knew why Lin Ling was able to surpass them. As for Commander Qian Xian, he remained silent and stared at Lin Ling. In fact, he hadn't underestimated Lin Ling since the beginning of the battle. Even so, he realized that he had underestimated Lin Ling's potential. Lin Ling had used his attack to comprehend the great Dao realm. His future was limitless. The battle isn't over yet. Commander Qian Xian took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid of your talent. That's why I want to kill you even more. Now that you're exhausted, let's see how long you can last." Bang! After saying that, his eyes were filled with madness. He no longer treated Lin Ling as a junior, but as an opponent of the same level. Bang! 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 At the same time, the world essence around him began to burn, as if it were an invisible flame of anger. In the underwater skies, monstrous waves began to rise up. A stifling feeling rose up in everyone's heart, as if a great calamity was approaching. Burning world essence. He's crazy. He's gone crazy. After burning his world essence, his life is in danger. Moreover, his cultivation boundary will greatly fall. Is he throwing caution to the wind? Sensing the terrifying fluctuations of world essence, all of the great commanders gasped in horror. Burning world essence was a unique ability of a world king powerhouse. Those who burned their world essence could double their strength, but this was also burning their life force. They never imagined that in order to deal with Lin Ling, Commander Qian Xian would actually risk his life. And this also proved that although Lin Ling hadn't reached the World King realm, his potential was enough to cause Qian Xian God to dread. Burning world essence? At this time, Lin Ling's mind buzzed. Before, he had blocked the blazing sun of that world. Although it seemed easy, the truth was that it wasn't simple at all. He had already been wounded, and now he had to fight with Qian Xian God who was burning his world essence. It could be said that Qian Xian God's strength had reached the second level of the World King realm. Lin Ling, I admire you. Moreover, I don't want to kill you because you are a true character. Unfortunately, our standpoints are different, so we can only be enemies for the rest of our lives. Invisible flames of anger twined around Qian Xian God. His body was covered in golden flames and even his appearance couldn't be seen. One could only see a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. However, his words were from the bottom of his heart. He truly admired Lin Ling. From the start until now, he had always admired Lin Ling. "Thank you." Lin Ling looked up, lightly saying. "Unfortunately, you still have to die. I hope you don't resent me." The golden figure that was like a god-king walked out, step by step. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. "I won't resent you." Lin Ling also raised the sword in his hand. The flames of battle were still burning in his eyes. "However, you may not be able to kill me." "Arrogant words, take this." Commander Xianxia God pointed out a finger. His world essence formed a giant golden torrent that attacked Lin Ling. The world essence that erupted this time was obviously more terrifying than before. "Xianxia God, you are burning your world essence against a junior. You are despicable." Commander Huang Qi and the others shouted angrily. They were about to attack. "This is a battle between me and him. No one is allowed to interfere." However, Lin Ling quickly stopped them. He was still bold and wasn't afraid of a battle. Commander Huang Qi and the others gritted their teeth and retreated. As expected of Lin Ling, Xianxia God couldn't help but praise and nod. Rumble. The golden torrent was unstoppable, destroying all the liquid. Even the soldiers below were affected by the powerful force and died directly. However, Xianxia God didn't care about those ants. He only had eyes for Lin Ling. What was more surprising was that his eyes were filled with hatred and pity. He had received an order from Tating Commandery to kill Lin Ling at all costs. Otherwise, he would become a sinner of Tating Commandery. Chapter 2309. Never give in. In fact, burning his realm essence was also a kind of compensation for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling died, he could complete his mission. However, he, Xianxia, might also die. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would drop greatly. And he felt that all of this was worth it. To be able to meet such an opponent in one's life, what was there to regret? Shao Xian sword form, break for me. Facing the huge golden torrent, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He raised his sword and instantly slashed out 200 million times. Clang! However, the golden torrent had absorbed the energy of the myriad worlds and was recovering rapidly. Although Lin Ling's ultimate sword Dao had reached the minute subtlety realm, he had only just comprehended it. Moreover, he was severely injured. Naturally, he would not be able to withstand it. Crack! The sword was unable to cut through the golden torrent. It could only create a huge gap in the golden torrent. Retreat! Lin Ling roared angrily. At this moment, he could only retreat. It was the most intense battle he had ever fought since he had arrived at the martial god realm, and the most miserable battle he had ever fought. Boom! Although Lin Ling dodged very quickly, his left arm was still struck by the golden torrent. His left arm instantly turned into ashes. Lin Ling! Milord! Seeing this, many people who knew Lin Ling shouted in worry. I can still fight. However, Lin Ling's resolute voice floated out from the bottom of the water, causing Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others to sigh. Lin Ling was just too stubborn. Even if he died, he wouldn't let them help. Lin Ling, good job. Xianxia stared at Lin Ling and praised him once again. It was his honor to meet such an opponent in his life. Again. Xianxia also went all out, burning even more realm essence, attacking Lin Ling. Good timing. Lin Ling shouted boldly. He also sensed Xianxuan's intention. He had to admit that he was wrong to blame this commander. Although this person was determined to kill him, he was magnanimous and was a true man. Rumble. The golden torrent once again rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, and many of his bones were broken. Moreover, this was not from the direct impact of the golden torrent. Otherwise, his soul would have long since dispersed into nothingness. Again, Xianxia seemed to have gone crazy. He burned his realm essence without any regard for his life. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, fought with his life on the line. He was riddled with wounds, and there were a few times where he was almost killed. "You are already as weak as an old man," Xianxia said disdainfully. However, he was much weaker now. "You're about the same. Haven't you noticed that the gap between us is getting smaller and smaller?" Facing Xianxia's strong provocation, Lin Ling naturally responded with tit for tat. "You have a sharp tongue, but so do you. I hope you won't die after this move." Xianxia laughed out loud. He raised his hands high up in the air, allowing the 5 golden torrents to gather together and form a huge golden ocean. With a crazy smile on his face, he pushed it towards Lin Ling. "My lord, please spare my life." As soon as the golden ocean surged out, many soldiers cried out in fear. That was because the burning of the realm essence was enough to kill them. "It's your honor to be able to accompany Lin Ling in death, you ants." However, Xianxia shouted disdainfully. In his eyes, only the strong had the right to speak. Only the strong with pride were worthy of his attention, such as Lin Ling. As for the weak, they were dispensable. Rumble. The golden ocean of realm essence directly split the sky of the blue water world into 2. Finally, there was a day when this ancient world was not entirely made of water. Facing such a terrifying power, Lin Ling floated in the sky, motionless. He seemed to have nowhere to run because he was surrounded by the ocean of realm essence. In fact, it was already a miracle that he could last until now with his cultivation of rank 8 martial emperor realm. Almost, just a little more. Lin Ling looked solemn. However, he sensed that under the pressure of the ocean of realm essence, the conversion of realm essence in his dantian became faster. Even the fish pearl that he had swallowed not long ago was being refined rapidly. Rumble. Lin Ling's body rumbled. At that moment, his realm essence had been converted to 80%. It's not enough. However, Lin Ling still stood there with a crazy look in his eyes. The path of martial arts was mostly divided into 3 paths. First, gradual progress, step-by-step cultivation. This was Lin Ling's cultivation state in the past. Second, good preparation, like polishing one's sword for 10 years. Lin Ling rarely came into contact with this kind of cultivation state. Third, survival after a disaster. The third path was the path taken by martial fanatics. They were not willing to take gradual progress, so they looked for a breakthrough in the midst of death. Now, Lin Ling was walking on the third path. "I, Xianxia, can die without regrets after meeting you in my life." Xianxuanshan's eyes were filled with regret as he stared ahead. He clenched his fist and said, "Die." Rumble. The golden torrent completely devoured Lin Ling. The entire place was filled with a golden ocean. Any living thing that came into contact with the ocean would die instantly. It was extremely powerful. "Is he dead?" The crowd wore complicated expressions as they sensed the powerful pressure. Today, the youngest great commander of the martial god platoon had challenged the great commander of the older generation and lost the battle. However, he had also left a great name for himself. He had told the crowd what a real soldier was and what a real martial artist was. The name of Lin Ling of the martial god platoon might be passed down for 10,000 years. Someone said with a sigh. As a matter of fact, many people were impressed by Lin Ling's determination and courage to fight against the heavens and earth. They admired Lin Ling. "I'm sorry, I'm still alive. The gap between us is getting smaller." However, at this moment, a weak voice was heard. It was like a clap of thunder that shocked the entire army. On the ground, the young man appeared again. He was holding his sword with one hand. The sword was propped up against the ground, supporting his wounded body. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. However, his handsome face was still looking up at the sky with that unruly smile on his face. Enduring the pain, clenching his teeth, stubbornly, never giving in. That was Lin Ling. He was still alive. Boom! Everyone's hearts were about to explode. What kind of willpower did he need to survive? Even Commander Wuxia Xianxia was startled. However, he gradually smiled. For some reason, he was not angry when he saw that Lin Ling was still alive. Instead, he felt relieved. He was impressed by Lin Ling's determination in the battle. He's a cockroach. How could this be? Xianxia, kill him. He's exhausted. Alright, I'll kill him. Alright. Among the crowd, Wu Yongqing was the one who wanted Lin Ling to die the most. Now, the army was convinced of Lin Ling's strength. They admired him as much as the heavens. Then, Wu Yongqing flew out and walked towards Lin Ling. Trash, you're half dead. How can you be so arrogant? Don't you want to kill me? Come and kill me. Everyone stared at Wu Yongqing. Many of them clenched their fists secretly. That guy was too ugly. Lin Ling looked up with a cold face. He was motionless. He also wanted to kill that clown. However, he had no strength left. Chapter 23:10. To perish together, yo, trash, why aren't you talking? Hee, you're the number one genius of the martial god realm, a genius that even the general thinks highly of. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today, and you're going to die in the hands of me, Wu Yongqing. I'm the number one genius. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Wu Yongqing knew that Lin Ling was like a candle in the wind. Actually, I don't think you're the number one genius of the martial gods battalion. You don't even have the qualifications to meet the great general. Everything is just luck. Because you can't even compare to me. How can you be the number one genius of the martial gods battalion? Wu Yongqing landed in front of Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling arrogantly. It was as if he had already defeated Lin Ling and become the general's trusted aide, as well as the number one genius of the martial god battalion. However, his words were extremely shameless. Previously, when Lin Ling came to kill him, he could only hide behind Xianxia. How could he dare to be arrogant? Now that Lin Ling was seriously injured, he actually came out to make a fuss. He even said that he was the number one genius of the martial god barracks. How ironic. Ugly. If he wasn't the general's personal guard, would have killed him. Someone like him dares to compare himself to Lord Lin Ling? It's like the difference between a toad and a swan. Many soldiers frowned and said with disdain. Wu Yongqing didn't hear those words, and even if he did, he wouldn't care because Lin Ling was going to die in his hands. Looks like a piece of trash like you has nothing left to say. Then, go to hell. Wu Yongqing exuded killing intent. He stretched out his palm as his realm essence started to gather. With Lin Ling's heavily injured body, he firmly believed that his opponent would not be able to block even one of his moves. However, just as he was about to attack, a golden water droplet shot over at lightning speed and instantly pierced through his chest, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked behind him in disbelief. In the distance, Xianxia stood there indifferently. He raised his hand and pointed his finger at Wu Yongqing. He was the one who did it. You attacked me? Wu Yongqing's face was full of disbelief. The crowd also opened their eyes wide. Xianxia was helping Lin Ling? You don't have the right to kill Lin Ling, get lost. Xianxia said coldly, Lin Ling is a real man. If he wants to die, he should die on the battlefield. How can he be killed by a villain like you? If you don't piss off, I'll kill you. Are you crazy? I'm the general's personal guard. I don't believe that you would dare to kill me. Wu Yongqing still couldn't believe his eyes. Qian Xianxian shook his head and said, "This is a battle between me and him, a battle between soldiers, a battle between men. In order to respect this battle, even if a general was here, would still dare to fight him, let alone you." Hearing this, the disbelief in the eyes of the crowd grew even stronger. The smile on Lin Ling's face grew wider. He looked at Wu Yongqing and said, "Do you think you're so great? You're just relying on your title as a general. In reality, you're just a dog. Now, scram. Dog." Hearing this, a large number of mocking voices could be heard. Wu Yongqing was so angry that his face turned black. "Since you don't want to leave, then die." At this moment, Qian Xianxian stretched out his hand and pointed it at Wu Yongqing. The killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. "Wait, leave him to me." However, just as he was about to attack, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, which surprised Qian Xianxian. He smiled faintly and said, "You can't kill him in your current state. It's just a dog. How can I not kill it? After I defeat you, I'll kill this dog slowly." Lin Ling supported himself with the sword in his hand and helped him stand up straight. He said faintly, "Heroic." Hearing this, many soldiers couldn't help but laugh. Previously, Wu Yongqing had wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, Wu Yongqing was just a dog. How could he compare with Lin Ling? What a joke. You guys are crazy. Wu Yongqing sensed everyone's mockery and couldn't help but retreat. He never thought that his glorious moment would actually be a moment of humiliation. Lin Ling and Qian Xianxian ignored him. Instead, they looked at each other. "All of your world essence, burn." Qian Xianxian didn't waste any time. At this moment, there was no use in talking nonsense. Moreover, he didn't want to say anything sarcastic to the junior in front of him who never gave in. "That's right." Lin Ling didn't say anything. He raised his chin and smiled at his opponent. "Either you die or I die." Qian Xianxian urged all of his world essence out, forming a terrifying world essence horizon. This world essence horizon had reached 20% of its power. It could kill everything at the first level of World King. Moreover, he didn't hold back. He had erupted with all of his strength because holding back at this moment would be an insult to Lin Ling. The surrounding army was completely silent at this moment. At this moment, they did not want to interfere in this battle. They only wanted to see the final outcome. "Thank you." At the same time, Lin Ling also spat out a sentence. He gritted his teeth as he faced the sky of the origin world and forcefully endured it. Kacha. His legs broke at this moment. Pa. However, the sword supported him. More blood flowed out of his broken arm. It was as if it was gushing out. However, he smiled. This was because in his dantian, the world essence was crazily changing. Death was approaching. If he couldn't pass through this, he would stay here forever. In fact, he could use the evasion domain one more time. However, he didn't use it yet. This was because he wanted to borrow the pressure of the world essence horizon to step into the World King realm. You, grandfather, everyone. Lin Ling stared at the sky. He had never felt that the light in the sky was so dazzling. The astral winds were so sharp. His long hair fluttered. His body trembled. He could turn into ashes at any moment. Sky glass. In the end, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He, Li Xiaoyao, had returned alive. He would definitely kill his way to the 9 states and wash away the hatred of the past. He would not die here. Boom. In the end, the terrifying world essence horizon destroyed Lin Ling. The entire sky was filled with dazzling light. The power of burning world essence was terrifying. Even if Commander Huang Qi and the others were here, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Boom boom boom. The water in the blue water world boiled. The entire world was in turmoil. In the sky, golden light sprinkled down like snow. It was very beautiful, but it carried with it a fatal danger. This caused the people hiding in the distance to secretly clench their fists. Now, they didn't believe that Lin Ling could create another miracle. This was because, although miracles were tempting, they were accompanied by death. Lin Ling, although we stand on different sides, you are the comrade who left the deepest impression in my life. It's a pity that I can't drink and chat with you. This is my greatest regret. I hope that we can meet again in the next life. I also hope that we won't be enemies but comrades at that time. Xianxia floated in the sky. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Chapter 23:11. You are just a piece of shit. The result of this battle was mutual destruction. He had burned his realm essence for too long, and he had burned all of his realm essence. Therefore, his life was about to be exhausted. However, he did not regret it. In fact, he was proud of this battle. Huh, they're all dead. At this time, a cunning voice rang out. Wu Yongqing walked out from the crowd. Previously, when he was facing the explosion of realm essence, he actually used the lives of his soldiers to block it. Now, he had a look of ridicule on his face as he walked towards Commander Xianxia. Commander Xianxia, let me ask you, did you burn all of your realm essence? Standing a few hundred meters away from Xianxia, Wu Yongqing immediately asked indifferently. Yes, so what? Xianxia looked at Wu Yongqing with disdain. From the beginning, Wu Yongqing was just a clown in his eyes. He was just using Wu Yongqing to cooperate with him. That's good. Wu Yongqing seemed to let out a sigh of relief. He slowly walked towards Xianxia. Previously, you wanted to kill me? Now, let's see how you're going to kill me. Hee, you pitiful worm, you actually burned your realm essence for Lin Ling. In fact, you could have directly killed him, but you had to treat him like a great enemy. You deserve it. Also, when Lin Ling was heavily injured, you could have ordered your soldiers to kill Lin Ling. Instead, you had to do it yourself. Are you an idiot? His voice was filled with disdain. You will never understand. However, if you understand, you will not be a servant, but a commander. Xianxia raised his head with difficulty and laughed disdainfully. Shut the fuck up. You are now a cripple. I will kill you. Wu Yongqing indeed did not understand. However, Xianxia was about to die, yet he still dared to be so arrogant. Therefore, he wanted to send Xianxia on his way. How dare you? Seeing Wu Yongqing's shameless appearance, many soldiers immediately shouted angrily. This Wu Yongqing was simply a villain who bullied the weak and feared the strong. You dare to stop me? I represent the general. Stopping me is the same as stopping the general. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. You dare to disobey my orders? Wu Yongqing shouted angrily. He arrived in front of Xianxia, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The crowd was in an uproar. Many soldiers wanted to charge over, but when they thought of Wu Yongqing's identity, they could only grit their teeth. They were soldiers, and it was their duty to obey orders. Wu Yongqing was the general's personal guard, and at some point, he was also their superior. Even the general did not have the right to order him around. It was just that Wu Yongqing did not have the right to order the army around. And seeing that the soldiers do not dare to rebel, Wu Yongqing held Xianxuan's neck and laughed. I'll give you a chance, tell me, between me and Lin Ling, who is stronger? If you answer well, I'll let you die well, if you don't answer well, then you will die in pain. In the past, he could only use his identity to be proud of himself in front of the Qian Profound God. But now, it was as if he was even stronger than the Qian Profound God, as if he could control everything about the Qian Profound God. Hee. Xianxia laughed sarcastically. The difference between you two is like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Ling is the cloud in the sky. He is the cloud in the sky. Then I must be the firmament above his head. Wu Yongqing laughed with a proud look on his face. Qian Xianxian laughed even louder when he heard that. He even coughed up blood. However, he laughed even more sarcastically. No, you are a pile of shit on the ground. The last sentence was spoken in a very loud voice. In the ancient ruins, that sentence continued to reverberate. You are a pile of shit on the ground. Ha! The army was stunned for a moment, then they laughed mockingly. You are fucking courting death. Wu Yongqing was also stunned for a moment. Then, he became furious. He grabbed Qian Xuanqian's neck and was about to exert more force. Qian Xianxian laughed when he saw that. He did not care at all. However, at this moment, a cold voice was heard around them. You are indeed a pile of shit. The voice was extremely deep and magnetic. Following that, an arm instantly stretched out and grabbed Wu Yongqing's neck, causing the latter to suck in a breath of cold air. When he turned his head to look, he saw a familiar figure floating behind him. It was none other than Lin Ling. He was still covered in wounds. He was holding Wu Yongqing with his single arm. His eyes were extremely cold. It was a shocking scene for those watching from the ground. Qian Xuanqian's eyes widened. He laughed as if he had just regained his consciousness. Lin Ling was still alive. This guy was truly a pervert. As a matter of fact, Qian Xianxian did not know that Lin Ling had managed to dodge the terrifying attack when the realm of origin was approaching him. However, when he was about to dodge the attack, he had also accomplished his goal. Lin Ling. Master. Countless soldiers roared. They were excited, they were incomparably excited. Lin Ling had created another miracle. Although no one knew how Lin Ling had managed to dodge the realm of origin, the fact was that Lin Ling was still alive. You are really tough. However, one of you is half dead and the other is half crippled. What do you think you can do? Lin Ling, let go of my neck. Otherwise, I will kill you and all your scouts. Wu Yongqing reprimanded him after recovering from his shock. Lin Ling smiled when he heard that. His bent spine slowly straightened. His broken left arm slowly grew back. The recovery ability of the godly demon body was working. Most importantly, a terrifying aura swept out in a mighty manner. 10 realms of origin had arrived. This was Lin Ling's goal. He wanted to use Qian Xuanqian's pressure to enter the World King realm. Boom! Suddenly, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. It was earth-shattering. Waves of shock surged through the battlefield. All the soldiers were shocked. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Even Qian Xianxian opened his eyes wide. Lin Ling had broken through to the next realm under his powerful attack. This guy's comprehension ability was too horrifying. The gap is getting smaller and smaller. Lin Ling looked at Qian Xianxian with a smile. Qian Xianxian felt as if thunder had struck his mind. Lin Ling had said from the beginning that the gap between the two of them would continue to shrink. Now, it had indeed shrunk. Qian Xianxian was afraid that Lin Ling had already surpassed him. I am convinced. Qian Xianxian shook his head helplessly. He seemed to be smiling casually. Perhaps he didn't want to see them perish together in this battle. If he had to choose one of them to die in battle, he would rather it be himself. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. He had used up all his realm of origin. He was in imminent danger. Although we are on different sides, we can still be friends. However, just as he was about to close his eyes, a smile floated into his ears. In the next moment, a warm energy of realm of origin poured into his body and healed his injured body. As for Wu Yongqing, he stood there in a daze. His arrogant expression gradually turned to shock and finally to fear. Chapter 23:12. Breaking through to the World King realm. However, wasn't Lin Ling a martial emperor at the beginning? How could his strength increase so much in such a short period of time? This was beyond Wu Yongqing's understanding. In fact, after the others were surprised, they were all puzzled. They had never seen such a perverted monster. They didn't know that Lin Ling only needed cultivation resources to break through to the next realm with his comprehension of the martial way and the chaos divine formula. Oh! Xianxian slowly opened his eyes. Although his face was still pale, he was recovering slowly. When he felt the world essence entering his body, his expression changed drastically. Someone had saved him. He looked up and was shocked to find that the person who had saved him was Lin Ling. Guard the Dantian with your spirit and protect the boundary spirit with your spirit. Let my world essence travel through your body. At this time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out, causing Xianxian to be startled. Lin Ling actually told him to let go of his mind and allow the boundary essence to travel through his entire body, and this kind of thing was very dangerous. Unless it was someone he was very familiar with, ordinary people would not allow others' boundary essence to travel through their entire body. This meant that Lin Ling had seen through him. However, Xianxian smiled. He was a man who was going to die. What was the big deal about being seen through? He immediately let Lin Ling's world essence travel through his body. He found that Lin Ling's world essence was very strange. Wherever it went, his limbs and bones would feel warm and his vitality would slowly recover. Most importantly, his Dantian's boundary spirit was also growing and advancing towards the second stage of the World King realm. How could this be? Xianxian's heart was pounding. He stared at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling had extended one hand and world essence was flowing into his body. Lin Ling looked very calm. His long hair was dancing in the wind and his handsome face had a mysterious color. At this moment, Xianxian found that the person in front of him wasn't a young man but a general. He was an existence comparable to the true gods of Grand Court Commandery. At this moment, he almost knelt down in worship. This was a feeling of submission, respect, and worship for the strong. Of course, this feeling soon vanished. After Thousand Profound God investigated himself, he discovered that he had unknowingly reached the second level of the World King realm. This was a blessing in disguise. He originally thought that he was dead for sure, but who knew that with Lin Ling's help, he instead raised his strength. Why didn't you kill me? Qianxuan smiled bitterly. My enemy, Commander Xianxian, is already dead. The current you is not the Xianxian in my heart. Lin Ling withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. Now that he had stepped into the World King realm, he could naturally use many of his past methods. Previously, he had helped Xianxian with a unique sacred art called Heaven's Journey to the Great Void. As long as his realm essence was exhausted and he was on the verge of death, he would be able to use this sacred art to break through the cocoon and become a butterfly. In fact, this was the second time Li Xiaoyao had used this sacred art after obtaining it. So, you helped me. Xianxian trembled in excitement. Lin Ling nodded. In the beginning, he did want to kill Xianxian. However, after the battle, he knew that this middle-aged man was also an indomitable man. Therefore, his view of Xianxian had changed. Moreover, without Xianxian's help, how could Lin Ling have broken through? Burning his realm essence for Lin Ling, this was not something that anyone would be willing to do. It seems like I owe you a favor. Xianxian sighed. I didn't let you die because our battle will continue. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Xianxian stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Then, he nodded heavily. That's right, the battle will continue. Although he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, he had no regrets since he had such a strong enemy in his life. Most importantly, this opponent was too much for his taste. What about you? Do you want to fight me now? Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at Wu Yongqing indifferently. Wu Yongqing opened his mouth wide. How could he fight? The general's personal guard, let's fight and see how powerful you are. The crowd was stunned for a moment before they cheered. Of course, most of them were mocking Qian Xianxian. Previously, Wu Yongqing had used Lin Ling and Qian Xuanqian's injuries as an excuse to flaunt his strength. Now, would he still dare to fight? Me. Wu Yongqing started to back off. He knew that he would die if he fought Lin Ling. What about me? However, Lin Ling took a step forward and struck out with his palm. Pa! The heavy slap slammed Wu Yongqing into the ground. Lin Ling followed up and said, I told you, I can kill a clown like you easily even if I only have one arm left. Do you really think you are a genius of the martial god battalion? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He knew that if he had been on the verge of death, Wu Yongqing would have definitely killed him. He was a despicable person. Lin Ling could not wait to kill a despicable person like him. How dare you hit me? Wu Yongqing stood up and pointed at Lin Ling as he shouted angrily. This was the second time that Lin Ling had humiliated him. In his heart, other than the general, no one could humiliate him. He. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up, revealing an evil smile. His large hand reached out and grabbed Wu Yongqing's finger. With a cracking sound, Wu Yongqing's finger was twisted like a fried dough twist, causing him to squeal like a pig being slaughtered. He stared at Lin Ling angrily and wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, he realized that Lin Ling was much more powerful than him. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his head. Kill him. Whoever kills him, I will introduce you to the general. Wu Yongqing let out a ferocious voice and shouted at the people around him. Yo, what a big fish. Yes. Let's go and take a look. There seems to be some treasure over there. We are in luck. However, the soldiers, commanders, and senior commanders all looked in the other direction and pretended not to hear him. This infuriated Wu Yongqing so much that he almost vomited blood. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. It seemed that his reputation in the hearts of the army was getting higher and higher. Then, he stared at Wu Yongqing and his face finally turned cold. Actually, in my heart, you are like a pile of shit. After he finished speaking, he pulled out the ancient sword on his back and smashed it at Wu Yongqing. You can't kill me. I am the general's personal guard. Spare me. At first, Wu Yongqing was still very arrogant. However, he gradually became afraid and shamelessly knelt down to beg for mercy. However, the cold sword also pretended not to hear anything. Bang! Wu Yongqing was smashed into meat paste like a pile of shit. Lord Lin Ling, you are indeed arrogant. At this moment, the crowd looked at Lin Ling and praised him. In the martial god battalion, only Lin Ling had the courage to kill the general's personal guard. However, we didn't see anything. Chapter 23:13. The military situation has changed after Wu Yongqing died. Great Commander Huang Qi and the others felt relieved. The current situation seemed to have come to an end. As for Great Commander Qian Xian, he seemed to have made peace with Lin Ling. Most importantly, the other great commanders seemed to have recognized Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was a true great commander, and he was the leader of the great commanders. In the previous bloody battle, not only were the great commanders impressed, but even the entire army was impressed by Lin Ling. It's really lively. However, you want to kill me with just you? If I didn't have something important to do, you would have been annihilated. At this time, a monstrous wave appeared in the distance. Countless giant white fish came over in a grandiose manner. They actually blocked the sky and earth in front of them. Those were curved gate giant fish. Every fish represented a world king powerhouse, and now, there were actually countless giant fishes in front of them. At this moment, everyone's expression changed dramatically. On one of the giant golden white fish, a man with red hair and a tentacle-like beard stood there. He held a fork in his hand, as if he was the god of the sea. Behind him, the phantom of a phoenix appeared. Moreover, it was a 9-headed phoenix with blue feathers. Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King. Even the eyes of the Grand Commander and the others trembled violently. The mission this time was to kill the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King, but they had clearly underestimated the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King's strength. Army, retreat. Just as the curved gate giant fish were about to arrive, a cold shout suddenly sounded. A 3-headed carriage appeared in the sky, pulling a man in bronze armor. He looked forward with a dignified expression. Deputy General Hong Jing. Many great commanders exclaimed as they stared at the god of war man. A deputy general was a powerhouse below the great commanders. He was even more powerful than the great commanders. He usually followed the marshal into battle, but now he had appeared here. The battle situation has changed. The martial god battalion orders the army to retreat. Deputy General Hong Jing said coldly, waving the flag in his hand. Of course, everybody knew that the situation had changed. Because the Sea Burial Demon Phoenix was much more powerful than they expected. Even the whole army couldn't stop the Sea Burial Demon Phoenix. Sea Burying Disorderly Phoenix King's strength had likely reached the late World King realm. Hee, how smart. Far away, Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King's voice penetrated through the water, causing pain to many people's eardrums. The weaker ones even directly spurted out blood. As for Deputy General Hong Jing, he did not say much. After waving the flag, he retreated with his army. As for Sea Burial Divergent Phoenix Monarch, he didn't give chase. He merely chuckled coldly before turning around and leaving. The army left the blue water world in a grandiose manner and rested on a quiet mountain peak in the martial god realm. Lin Ling also followed the army. He didn't think too much about this accident, but this breakthrough made him a little excited. He had finally bought the World King realm. Furthermore, he had comprehended the ultimate sword Dao. At present, as long as he obtained the Spacetime Divine Steel, his Chaos Divine Formula could enter the first level. The Chaos Divine Formula was the most mysterious cultivation method that he had obtained by luck. This was because this cultivation method could cultivate not only 1 Dantian, but 9. According to legend, when 9 Dantian merged into 1, a person could also be born in the chaotic universe. 9 Dantians would undoubtedly increase Lin Ling's strength by several times. This is so exciting. The military mission is really not something that can be completed with money. As the army rested, the soldiers discussed in 2s and 3s. Gong Yangjiang and Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword gathered together and spoke with great interest. You can build an iron-blooded life with money? It's a pity that you came too late. Otherwise, you would have been able to see the scene of our scout camp fighting against the other scouts. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword immediately laughed. Alas, I missed it. Gong Yangjiang sighed softly, looking extremely regretful. Back then, Sir Lin Ling fought against thousands of soldiers alone. Now, our scout camp has become famous in the martial god camp. No one dares to look down on us. Dmo rubbed his hands together excitedly. The others also voiced their opinions as they recalled the battle in the underground cave. Sir is here. At this moment, someone exclaimed. In the distance, Lin Ling walked over with a smile on his face. Looking at Lin Ling, all the scouts had expressions of admiration on their faces. Although Lin Ling was the same age as them and had cultivated for a shorter time than them, in their hearts, this young man was infinitely superior. His status was comparable to that of a general. To Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others, coming to the martial god camp was just an experience and a springboard. However, they would never forget this experience. Everyone, don't look at me with such astonishment. Just do what you usually do," Lin Ling said as he walked. After experiencing the blue water world, he had also acknowledged this group of comrades. Even if they separated in the future and retired from the martial god camp, they would still be comrades for life. "Huh, that's what you said." Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others suddenly laughed and were not as restrained as before. "Sir Lin Ling, the Deputy General invites you to meet him. All the commanders, gather immediately." At this moment, a soldier came over with an anxious look on his face. Lin Ling frowned. Did something unexpected happen? The Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King has returned to the martial god realm and appeared in the Bei Rui mountain area. The martial god camp wants to find out their purpose. The soldier did not hide anything and said directly. The martial god camp had been invited by the myriad worlds to kill the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King. Naturally, they would not give up halfway. However, the enemy was too powerful, so the army had to retreat temporarily. At the Bei Rui mountain area, many people of unknown origin have gathered there. I heard that someone has found a secret realm there, the soldier said again. So, the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King's purpose is that secret realm? It was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess the soldier's thoughts. However, the name Bei Rui Mountain was very familiar. Yes, the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King has been planning for a long time. He joined forces with other experts and found the Eight-God Celestial Palace. The soldier said again. The Eight-God Celestial Palace. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he finally knew why it was so familiar. Because that was the place where Li Xiaoyao had been, where the spacetime divine steel was located. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also wanted to enter the Eight-God Celestial Palace, but he failed. Even the spacetime divine steel was left there helplessly. Okay, take me to the Deputy General immediately. Without further ado, Lin Ling said hurriedly. Sir, if you are going to the celestial palace of some god, remember to take me with you. I have a lot of money. Maybe I can help you. Gong Yangjiang shouted immediately as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him and then followed the soldier. After a while, he arrived at a curtain and a voice came from inside. Chapter 23:14. Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, we don't know who the enemy is yet. It's not good to send experts out. In my opinion, we should investigate the situation first. Senior commanders, do you have any other opinions? Those voices made Lin Ling smile and walk into the tent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and many of the senior commanders laughed. Other than the senior commanders, there were two people that Lin Ling didn't recognize. One of them was Deputy General Hong Jing. He wore bronze armor and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. As for the other person, he was a white-haired old man. His strength was unfathomable and he stared at Lin Ling indifferently. Both of them were deputy generals sent by the martial god barracks. In my opinion, the army should head to Mount Bei. The old man stared at Lin Ling and didn't pay much attention to him. If the army goes to Mount Bei, the army will be annihilated if the enemy is too strong. Deputy General Hong Jing frowned. He had ordered the army to retreat and now the army was going to die. This Deputy General Shan Yang was probably eyeing the treasures of the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace. As a soldier, how can we be afraid of death? Moreover, the martial god barracks doesn't need such cowards. The old man called Deputy General Shan Yang immediately retorted. This made Deputy General Hong Jing frown even more and he fell silent. How about this, let me bring a few people to investigate the situation and make a decision later. Lin Ling suddenly said. No. Deputy General Hong Jing immediately retorted. The other senior commanders also shook their heads. They had already sent people to follow them but they were all annihilated. Now that Lin Ling had volunteered to go, the outcome would be the same. Of course, the other senior commanders didn't want Lin Ling to die. However, Deputy General Hong Jing knew that Lin Ling had a high position in the general's heart. Therefore, he wanted to protect Lin Ling. Audacious. As a senior commander, how can you speak so arrogantly? How can you be a senior commander? At this time, Deputy General Shan Yang suddenly shouted angrily, reprimanding Lin Ling. In reality, he was indeed very interested in the treasures of the Eight Gods Celestial Palace, so he firmly opposed the suggestion of returning to the Martial God Barracks. Because if more experts from the Martial God Barracks were to come here, then even if they found the Eight God Celestial Palace, it would have nothing to do with him. Now, the army was still outside, and the ones with the highest positions were him and Hong Jing. Then, he had a great chance of getting all the treasures. In fact, if the treasure was too valuable, he was even willing to sacrifice his army and kill Deputy General Hong Jing. But now, Lin Ling had volunteered to scout the enemy. This was the opposite of his plan. He didn't want to drag things out for too long. He wanted the army to slaughter their way over. I said that I was going to investigate the military situation. How did it turn out to be nonsense? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the old man. You dare to refute me? You should know that a few senior commanders went before, but they all died. You're just a new recruit. How can you complete the mission? Deputy General Shan Yang reprimanded again. The mission hasn't even started, but you've already lost your confidence. As a superior, you represent the army. If you don't have confidence, then the army will also lose its morale. How did you become a deputy general? The other party was overbearing, and Lin Ling also gave tit for tat. His words weren't polite at all, and he gave the old man a big hat to label. You. Deputy General Shan Yang's face was red with anger. He pointed at Lin Ling and almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. As a superior, you should not be easily angered. You are too irritable. You should know that your anger may cause millions of soldiers to be buried with you. How did you become a deputy general? Lin Ling once again cried out angrily. How dare you? Deputy General Shan Yang couldn't hold it in any longer. All right, don't delay the military situation. At this moment, Deputy General Hong Jing tried to smooth things over. I think Lin Ling's suggestion is good. Since he's confident, then let him be the scout. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling worriedly. Senior Commander Lin Ling, can you do it? I can do it. Lin Ling immediately bowed. In fact, he was going to retrieve the spacetime divine steel, so he took the initiative to volunteer. Kiki, that's easy to say. If you die at the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, our army will be delayed because of you. Deputy General Shan Yang immediately said sinisterly. Since that's the case, how about a bet? If I find out the military situation, find the location of the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, and know the secret of the Heavenly Palace, then you will take off your armor and kowtow in front of the army. How about it? Lin Ling sneered at the old man. All right, if you fail, then don't ever come back. Set a military order. Deputy General Shan Yang's voice was filled with killing intent. I'll wait for you to take off your armor. Lin Ling said this before turning around and leaving the tent. Senior Commander Huang Qi and the others hurriedly followed him. They looked at Lin Ling and sighed. Lin Ling, this trip is too dangerous. That was indeed the case. Just the sea burial disorderly Phoenix Monarch alone was not something they could resist. It's fine. Since I dared to volunteer, then I must be confident. Lin Ling smiled faintly. If it had been any other place, Lin Ling wouldn't have been a match for the sea burial disorderly Phoenix Monarch. However, in the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, that was his territory. In the past, in order to enter the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, Li Xiaoyao had studied the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace thoroughly. In this world, if Li Xiaoyao claimed to be the best, no one would dare claim to be the second best. Unfortunately, even though he had studied it thoroughly, he hadn't been able to go very deep. That was because the natural dangers there were too frightening. In that case, I'll go with you. Senior Commander Huang Qi said without hesitation. I'll go with you too. Ling Hulei looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling felt warm in his heart, but he nodded in agreement. If this trip was dangerous, he certainly wouldn't let his two brothers go with him. However, he was confident that he could protect his brothers. That was why he agreed. Sir Lin Ling, I'll go with you. At this time, a large number of people ran over. It was Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others. They had also received the news that Lin Ling was going to spy on the enemy. All the commanders of the scouts had come. They were filled with righteous indignation. Lin Ling was touched. They were indeed brothers who had gone through life and death together. However, this trip didn't have a large number of people, so he still refused. It's easy to be discovered if there are too many people. So, we can only take 2 more people at most. I'll go. No one is allowed to compete with me. Otherwise, I'll throw money at him. I'm the little princess of Square Commandery. I'll go too. In the end, Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue went together. The others looked regretful. They could only wish Lin Ling and the others well. There was no time to lose. Lin Ling quickly led the 4 people on the road. On the way, Senior Commander Huang Qi kept telling them the direction of the trip. Mount Peli was in the south of Green State. It was a relatively remote place. In fact, Lin Ling knew where it was even without them telling him the direction. He even planned to go there after breaking through to the World King realm. He didn't expect that fate seemed to know his request and let him go to Mount Peli ahead of time. There were few people along the way. Chapter 23:15. 8 Hell Corpse Bugs. Judging by their clothes, these people seem to be from the myriad worlds. They're quite young, so they should be geniuses from the myriad worlds. Commander Huang Qi said with a frown after taking a quick look. As for Ling Hulei, he walked toward the crowd. He wanted to investigate the matter more clearly. Don't get close, they have corpse bugs on them. However, Lin Ling immediately shouted, causing Ling Hulei's expression to change. Boundary essence appeared in his hand and blasted at the corpses. After the corpses were smashed open, a large number of bugs crawled out. What was even more terrifying was that the bugs were not afraid of boundary essence and crawled towards them like a tide. Retreat. Lin Ling took a deep look at the corpses and instructed. Everyone moved in another direction, but their hearts were even more complicated. Bugs that were not afraid of boundary essence, that was too terrifying. Those are the 8 Hell Corpse Bugs from Hell. Legend has it that they are the bugs that protect the Avicii Demon King. They are not afraid of the power of the myriad worlds. Other than their nemesis, only the chaotic energy can kill them. Lin Ling explained when he saw everyone's confusion. Chaotic energy? Commander Huang Qi and the others' expressions changed drastically. One had to know that boundary essence extracted the power of the myriad worlds. However, the chaotic energy was even more powerful than boundary essence. In fact, the chaotic energy was everywhere, but very few people could borrow it for their own use. For example, the great realm of Dao. That was the cultivation of the chaotic energy. Lin Ling, how do you know all this? Then, Ling Hulei stared at Lin Ling as if he was meeting Lin Ling for the first time. That was because he had never heard of those mysterious bugs. Hee, I was lucky to hear it from someone else. Lin Ling said with a smile. In fact, the 8-god celestial palace had the most of these bugs, so how could Lin Ling not know? The people before were all geniuses from various worlds. It seems that those who want to enter the 8-god celestial palace have found a lot of cannon fodder. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said. Seems like it. I've heard that the 8-gods heavenly palace is extremely dangerous. The only way to enter the heavenly palace is to pile up countless people. However, to dare to capture so many people as cannon fodder, this person behind the scenes must be extremely powerful. Great Commander Huang Qi frowned. The group continued forward, and gradually, they arrived at a small village. This place was deathly silent, and not a single person could be seen. They saw a large number of corpses hanging from an ancient tree at the entrance of the village. When they looked carefully, they saw that the corpses were all wearing armor. They were actually the Grand Commanders of the Martial God Battalion. Clearly, they had been following him in secret, but had been discovered. That was why they had been killed and hung here as a show of force. Vicious and merciless bastard. Looking at their dead comrades, the eyes of Commander Huang Qi and the others immediately turned red. It's not just our comrades. Even the people in this village are dead. Many of the captured cannon fodder have also died. Lin Ling sneered as he looked ahead. What a lunatic. Hearing that, Ling Hulei shouted angrily. Let's go into the village and have a look. Lin Ling shook his head and took the lead to enter the village. The others were cautious. After all, even the great commander had died in battle. This meant that the hidden danger in the village was beyond imagination. After Lin Ling entered the village, he looked at the sky and looked around. Gradually, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Good move. They actually opened a corner of the 8 gods' heavenly palace and lured out the tyrannical hell corpse worms. Unfortunately, the number of 8 hell corpse worms in the heavenly palace is beyond imagination. How can they all be lured out? He could see that the village had been set up by someone. Moreover, there were many people imprisoned in the depths of the village as sacrifices to the ancient formation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, a small sound was heard. Lin Ling, this is bad. Many corpse worms are crawling out from the ground. At that moment, Gong Yangjiang exclaimed, and his face turned pale. In fact, Great Commander Huang Qi and the others were the same. After all, they had all witnessed how terrifying the 8 hell corpse worms were. Can these things be destroyed with money? Gong Yangjiang almost hugged Lin Ling. As for Tang Yue, her face was also pale. She subconsciously moved closer to Lin Ling. Perhaps at that moment, Lin Ling had become their backbone. Even Great Commander Huang Qi and the others looked at Lin Ling with a bitter smile on their faces. It seems like we can't escape this calamity. There were more and more corpse worms around them. Some flew in the sky, while the ground was densely packed. When the boundary energy bombarded them, not only were the corpse worms unscathed, they even seemed to be excited. Such a scene was undoubtedly like entering hell. This is great. However, at that moment, Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. This is great. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, wondering if Lin Ling was talking in his sleep. These are just the 8 hell corpse worms. Although the 8 hell corpse worms are ferocious, they don't have intelligence. It's easy to deal with them. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. He grabbed the corpse worms with his right hand. A strange thing happened. The corpse worms did not seem to see Lin Ling. Instead, they crawled on Lin Ling's palm and did not bite. This guy, could it be the Worm King? Great Commander Huang Qi and the others widened their eyes. However, in the next moment, their mouths fell open. This was because Lin Ling had stuffed all the worms in his palm into his mouth and started eating. Not bad, these worms can increase my physical strength. With these worms here, that thing should be here too. Eating worms? Great Commander Huang Qi and the others were all stunned. These worms are only sensitive to boundary essence. When you catch them, as long as you don't use your boundary essence, they will treat you as an inanimate object. After all, these are still immature worms. Lin Ling turned around and smiled at them. After saying that, he grabbed another handful of worms and stuffed them into his mouth as if he was eating fried beans. He even waved his hand at Great Commander Huang Qi and the others, indicating that they should try it too. It's not bad. Boom. Great Commander Huang Qi and the others looked as if they were struck by lightning. They all waved their hands. They were not as perverted as Lin Ling. At that moment, in the village, several figures were sitting cross-legged. In front of them were red jars. Smoke drifted out from the jars, causing worms to crawl out from the ground as if they were attracted by the smoke. Someone came in. Suddenly, one of them smiled faintly. They are really not afraid of death. However, have they become corpses now? Another person shook his head in disdain. No, not only are they not dead, but they are slowly approaching. The first person frowned and his smile disappeared. Most importantly, the young man leading the group is eating the 8 hell corpse worms. As soon as he said that, the others narrowed their eyes. Where did this pervert come from? Does he think he is the Silver Moon Supreme Beast? Go and get rid of him. Don't let him ruin our plan. In the end, one of them seemed to have a high status and spoke slowly. Then I'll go. Moreover, how dare he steal my Silver Moon Supreme Beast's food? He is courting death. A man stood up and patted the silver lion beside his feet. Then, he strode forward. Roar. Chapter 23:16. Silver Moon Supreme Beast Roar. Its angry roar spread throughout the entire village, causing the expressions of Great Commander Huang Qi and the others in the distance to change drastically. A terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone like a cover. Commander Huang Qi and the others knew that they had encountered an extremely troublesome existence. I knew it. Where there are 8 hell corpse worms, there must be that thing. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was walking forward, also stopped and smiled faintly. Is that beast very difficult to deal with? It seems to be extremely powerful. Great Commander Huang Qi and the others all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They knew that a fierce battle was coming. Difficult to deal with? No, I'm actually very interested in its blood. Sigh. However, Lin Ling's next words stunned them all. Could it be food again? Lin Ling had swallowed the 8 hell corpse worms and seemed to be able to increase his body's strength. Now, Lin Ling seemed to want to stuff that unknown demon beast into his stomach as well. Commander Huang Qi and the others were all stunned. If they weren't too familiar with Lin Ling, they would definitely think that Lin Ling was joking. Bang bang. At this moment, 2 explosions sounded out. A man and a beast were quietly sitting on top of a dilapidated blue brick house. Their emotionless eyes stared at Lin Ling and the others with ridicule. As for the silver-furred 2-headed lion, it even licked its lips, revealing its shining teeth. 3 people at the first stage of the World King realm and 2 martial emperors. They seemed to be from the martial god camp. How could the martial god camp send such trash to their deaths? The man sitting beside the 2-headed lion played with his nails and said with disdain, "Before you die, I'll tell you." However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ling interrupted him, "You don't need to introduce yourself. We have no interest in your name." As these words fell, the man was stunned. Then, blue veins popped out on his forehead. This was the first time he had seen such an infuriating junior. What a glib tongue. Die for me. He was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. He leapt up and his second stage of the World King realm cultivation erupted. His boundary spirit was extremely large. He was no longer extracting the energy of a realm. It was as if he was a realm himself. And a world spirit was the symbol of the World King boundary. Only after fusing with one's talent would it be born in the Dantian. Let's kill the 2 older ones first. We'll slowly kill the remaining 3 later. His palm appeared, and green light flourished. It was as if countless plants were growing out of his body. In his eyes, these people were already dead. Old brother Huang Qi, old brother Ling Hu, hold him back. I'll deal with that Silver Moon Supreme Beast. Lin Ling licked his lips and immediately warned. Up in the sky, when the man heard Lin Ling's words, his pupils trembled violently. He roared angrily, "How do you know that my beast is a Silver Moon Supreme Beast?" As far as he was concerned, these ants would never know about the existence of the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. "What I know is beyond your imagination." Lin Ling didn't even look at him. Instead, he walked towards the Silver Moon Supreme Beast on the roof. "You overestimate yourself." The man didn't bother with Lin Ling. In his opinion, this boy wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the Silver Moon Supreme Beast's teeth. In truth, he came from the Dragon Tooth sect. This was an ancient beast-taming sect of the martial god world. Their beast-taming methods were extremely amazing, and he had found the Silver Moon Supreme Beast near the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. At that time, he had been overjoyed, thinking that the beast he would fight for the rest of his life would be the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. And with his talent fused with his world essence, in addition to the unique cultivation methods of the Dragon Tooth sect, he could forcefully control a powerful god beast. In addition, he had used the 8 Hell Corpse bug as bait and finally succeeded in signing a life and death contract with the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. And now, this boy actually wanted to approach the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. Naturally, he wouldn't spare him a glance. This was because the Silver Moon Supreme Beast was known for its ferocity and terror. Even though he had signed a life and death contract with the Silver Moon Supreme Beast, he had still experienced many dangers. Fight! At that moment, Huang Qi and Ling Hulei joined forces and pounced on the man. Lin Ling walked calmly towards the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. His calm demeanor made Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue widen their eyes. They were afraid that Lin Ling would be swallowed whole. Roar! The Silver Moon Supreme Beast stared coldly at Lin Ling and licked its lips. It was ready to attack. However, at that moment, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He stretched out his hands and an 8 Hell Corpse bug appeared in his palms. This instantly attracted the Silver Moon Supreme Beast's attention. After all, this was its favorite food. However, Lin Ling quickly clasped his palms together and rubbed his hands together a few times. Then, he stretched out 2 fists. This scene made the crowd even more puzzled. Even the man fighting in the sky had a puzzled look on his face. What was that kid doing? Tell me, where is the 8 Hell Corpse bug? If you guess correctly, there will be a prize. However, Lin Ling's next sentence almost made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Lin Ling was playing with the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. Lunatic, Silver Moon, swallow him. The man in the sky suddenly felt like he was being toyed with. His face turned ashen. His divine beast was being toyed with like Whitey. This was a great humiliation. Roar! The Silver Moon Supreme Beast roared and flew down from the roof. It was even taller than Lin Ling when it squatted down. At that moment, it stared at Lin Ling with its lantern-like eyes. However, at the next moment, something ridiculous happened. The Silver Moon Supreme Beast did not swallow Lin Ling. Instead, it sat down in front of Lin Ling. It stretched out its huge lion claws and pointed at one of Lin Ling's fists. It was actually guessing. It was really playing with Lin Ling. Silver Moon. In the sky, the man's voice became sharp. However, the Silver Moon Supreme Beast did not pay attention to him. Instead, it stared at Lin Ling as if it was waiting for an answer. In fact, the man from the Dragon Tooth sect did not know that the 8 Hell Corpse bug was the Silver Moon Supreme Beast's favorite food. How could it not be moved when it saw food? Not bad, very smart. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Lin Ling smiled faintly and opened his fist. There was nothing in his palm. Roar! The Silver Moon Supreme Beast was indeed a barbaric divine beast. It was furious. It obviously wanted to eat the 8 Hell Corpse bug, but Lin Ling rejected it. It opened its mouth and emitted a terrifying divine beast's aura. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Gong Yangjiang and the rest shouted anxiously. The man in the sky sneered. Plucking the fur from the tiger's mouth was simply courting death. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. However, the way he stared at the Silver Moon Supreme Beast had changed, especially in his left eye. Mysterious Daoist seals appeared one after another, as if invisible eyes had entered the Silver Moon Supreme Beast's eyes and reached its soul. Pa. At that moment, the life and death contract between the Silver Moon Supreme Beast and the man disappeared as if it had met fire. The seal hidden in the depths of the Silver Moon Supreme Beast's soul also distorted and was destroyed. Chapter 23:17. Breaking the array. Of course, it took a lot of Lin Ling's soul power and realm essence to use it, but it was a success. Lin Ling walked up to the Silver Moon Supreme Beast and stroked its huge head. The silver lion showed a look of enjoyment and immediately lay down beside Lin Ling. Silver Moon, Silver Moon. In the sky, the man almost vomited blood. He kept calling, but there was no response. He roared, "Boy, what did you do to my Silver Moon?" "Nothing, he saw that I'm more handsome than you, so he decided to follow me." Lin Ling looked up and replied indifferently. "Pooh." The man spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine beast that he had spent so much effort to capture was following someone else because he was not as handsome as the young man? How could he believe this? Good chance. Huang Qi and Ling Hulei saw that the man was distracted and injured, so they quickly used their ultimate skills to suppress the man. In fact, if something else disappeared, the man would not care. However, the disappearance of the divine beast was like the disappearance of his martial heart. How could he not be affected? "Silver Moon, kill him, listen to my command." "Yes." The man was still unwilling, but in his eyes, Lin Ling was talking to the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. Lin Ling said, "Little Silver, give me some of your blood." "Yes." "Oh. Yes." The silver lion let out a sound of obedience and nodded. "I'm not willing." "Yes." The man was stunned in the sky. His face was ferocious, and he spat out blood again as if he had been seriously injured. He fell from the sky. Huang Qi and Ling Hulei were stunned. They won just like that? Follow up the victory. Without any hesitation, they also followed closely behind. Huge amounts of Jia Yuan attacks were unleashed, directly killing that man. Then, they stared at Lin Ling, who was drinking blood, and shook their head speechlessly. This battle had been won in such a bizarre manner. The terrifying silver lion was subdued by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was swallowing the blood of the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. As the boiling blood entered his body, his god-devil physique began to increase crazily, advancing towards the power of 3,000 universes. And 3,000 universes represented the weight of a world. And Lin Ling's god-devil body's defense became even stronger. Of course, this was to be expected. The Silver Moon Sovereign Beast was a Hell Warden beast. Its blood was naturally extremely precious. This fellow's strength has increased again. I'm afraid that you and I are no match for him. Huang Qi and the other man sighed as they looked at Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling's cultivation seemed to have no bottlenecks at all. He could raise his strength at any time. Awesome! A moment later, Lin Ling stood up, and an ancient demonic aura appeared behind him. That was the power of the universe's demonic gods. He felt incomparably comfortable, as if he had fought 3 battles with great beings. And with the improvement of his god-devil physique, his temperament had also changed slightly. He was even more domineering, as proud as a god and as crazy as a devil. Lin Ling knew that this was a change brought about by his physical body entering a new realm. It would take some time for him to get used to it. "Little Silver, follow me." Then, Lin Ling looked at the Silver Moon Supreme Beast and said. The silver lion looked a little tired. After nodding, it turned into a little silver puppy and lay on Lin Ling's shoulder. So cute. Tang Yue rubbed her hands. If she didn't know that it was a terrifying Silver Moon Supreme Beast, she would have already hugged it and played with it. Okay, go and kill the rest of them. Lin Ling looked into the distance. He knew that the mysterious experts were still setting up the array in the depths of the village. And to these people, Lin Ling didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Because the corpses along the way had told him that being merciful to them was being cruel to himself. At this moment, in the village, 5 figures were still sitting cross-legged. 3 of them were old men, and the other 2 were a man and a woman. The man was wise and mighty, and the woman was charming like a peach blossom. The 5 of them came from powerful forces in the martial god realm. They were setting up the array here so that the experts who entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace wouldn't encounter the 8 hell corpse worms. Old Wu has been gone for a long time. One of the old men suddenly laughed. That guy couldn't have brought the Silver Moon Supreme Beast out to play, right? I think so. It's too much. We're setting up the array here, but he's slacking off. If we report this to the Lord, he'll be in big trouble. Old Wu knows the severity of the matter. He won't go far. I think he's too bored, so he's playing with the invaders. The others spoke one after another, and then, there was a burst of laughter. They weren't worried about the man from before at all, because with the Silver Moon Supreme Beast, any invaders would die. This 8 gods' heavenly palace is really big. The 8 hell corpse worms are endless, and this is only one of our positions. The other 11 positions are also setting up arrays. It's like the 8 hell corpse worms. The first old man said again. Not good, there's a change in the array. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. That was because a corner of the array that he controlled had become chaotic at this moment. This made it difficult for him to control it. In reality, they weren't boundary masters. The array was set up by boundary masters, and they were only in charge of the operation of the array. Use all of your realm essence to force the array to operate again. Otherwise, if there's a problem on your side, we'll be implicated. The old man immediately said. When Family City, were you distracted before? Why would there be a problem with the array? The others grumbled. The person who controlled the corner of the array was extremely wronged. When he used his realm essence to forcibly operate the array, a terrifying power was immediately reflected back. Pooh! He spat out blood and was immediately seriously injured. Once his array was broken, the others were immediately implicated. Pooh! 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 The other 3 also spat out blood. Their minds were buzzing as if they had been seriously injured. No, it's not the array that's wrong. Someone is framing us. Finally, someone let out a furious roar. Impossible, is there anyone else here other than us? The old man's expression changed drastically. Then, he shouted, who is it? Get out here. In reality, he wasn't sure if someone was framing them. He was just shouting in a moment of desperation. Why are you shouting so loudly? We heard you. However, his shout was effective. A few figures slowly walked over. It was Lin Ling and the others. This scene immediately caused the old man's mouth to open wide in disbelief. Where's old Wu? The woman who was as charming as a peach blossom let out a sharp voice. Is that the guy who raised the dog? He's dead. Lin Ling sneered and led Huang Qi and the others forward. Previously, they had secretly destroyed the array, and now they saw the effect. In reality, this array couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Old Wu is dead? Impossible, you're lying to us. Kid, tell me, how did you come in? If you lie, don't blame me for being ruthless. Those injured people stared at Lin Ling. They were furious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed, I lied to you? You'd better go to hell and ask the dog owner. Chapter 23:18. Gods fall prairie boom. 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 Two of them were smashed into pieces by the terrifying power of the barrier. The remaining three widened their eyes in disbelief. In reality, they did not believe that Lin Ling had broken the array, nor did they believe that old Wu was dead. However, they seemed to believe it now. "Little brother, how about letting us go? We were only following orders and we were forced to do so. If we don't activate this array, they'll kill us. Pity me." The woman who was as charming as a peach blossom suddenly spoke coquettishly. At this moment, they were all heavily injured. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. Therefore, they were thinking of ways to stall for time. As long as they could recover a little of their strength, they would be able to kill the intruder. The more they looked at the handsome young man who was their leader, the more they disliked him. He was clearly young, but he acted as if he was an old man. They did not know which sect's detestable disciple he was from. "From what you've said, you're quite pitiful." At this moment, Lin Ling nodded in realization and looked at her sympathetically. "Lord Lin Ling." Tang Yue immediately reminded him. Lin Ling couldn't have been seduced by the woman's charms, could he? "Thank you, little brother. As long as you help me, I'll give you anything you want." The woman who was as charming as a peach blossom was delighted. The handsome young man seemed to have fallen for her trick. Indeed, young people were impulsive and could not escape from the palm of her hand. She immediately pulled down her clothes, revealing her smooth shoulders. Then, she quietly pulled her clothes down again, revealing her seductive cleavage. Since the handsome young man had been attracted to her, she must take advantage of her victory and pursue him. It would be best if she could make the young man lose himself in her beauty. Lin Ling stared at the woman and walked towards her, one step at a time. The other three were secretly delighted. This detestable brat had finally fallen for their trick. "Sister, am I beautiful?" The woman's voice became even more seductive. Her eyes were like peach blossoms. As long as one was a man, they would not be able to escape her bewitchment. So. However, just as the woman was anticipating that Lin Ling would become excited, Lin Ling actually sighed. So. Sighing? He seemed to be very disappointed with the woman's beauty. The woman immediately suffered a blow. She was famous for her charm in Qing province, and there weren't many men who didn't think she was beautiful. "Your skin is loose, your twin peaks are drooping, and your pores are thick. I say, sister, you should take care of yourself more. You're obviously an old witch who's thousands of years old. If you don't take care of yourself, how are you going to meet people?" Lin Ling said with a serious expression, "Listen to my advice. Don't cultivate during this period of time, and don't stay up late. This will make you look older." He stared at the woman's body with a serious expression. The woman was stunned. This brat had seen her naked body, yet he gave her such a bad review? "You're courting death." The woman was so angry that her bosom was trembling. "You look even uglier when you're angry. It's better for women not to get angry." Lin Ling's expression was still serious, as if he was talking about a very serious matter. He pulled out his right hand, and the Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand. "By the way, why did you take off your clothes for me to see? Do you think I'm bored? All the people in this village died at your hands. I don't understand where you got the leisure to take off your clothes in front of me." Lin Ling shook his head and slashed out with his sword. "Little bastard." If the woman was not seriously injured, she would have gone berserk at this moment. She had acted coquettishly, but in the end, he didn't care at all and still wanted to kill her. Most importantly, he seemed to be toying with her. Unfortunately, her anger was the last anger in her life. He ended her with a single slash. Lin Ling looked at the remaining two people, and their faces turned pale. Only now did they realize that this strange young man was not as simple as they thought. He was not as simple as they thought. I'm from the Eternal Sect. The old man suddenly gritted his teeth. Although it was very embarrassing, he still reported his background. I don't know. Unfortunately, Lin Ling answered him with a single slash. Lin Ling really did not know the Eternal Sect. The other person's pupils trembled violently, and he said subconsciously, I'm from only Commandery. You should know this, right? What does it have to do with me? Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not listen and continued to kill. The 5 people were all killed. The village's boundary array was broken, and the 8 hell corpse worms that had rushed into the martial god world slowly disappeared. Gong Yangjiang and the others stared at Lin Ling speechlessly. They came from different places. Even only Commandery is involved. It seems like this is a big plan. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Huang Qi and Ling Hulei looked at Lin Ling. They came to investigate the situation with the intention of dying, but who knew that under Lin Ling's lead, they would go deeper and deeper. Continue to investigate. Lin Ling looked indifferently into the distance and smiled. He came here to take back the spacetime divine steel, so how could he return home so easily? The group continued to move forward. In front of them was a vast swamp with few people, as if it was a devil's prison. However, there were traces of people walking around, as if a large number of people had passed by not long ago. God's Fall Plains. At the edge of the great swamp, Lin Ling's eyes shined with a nostalgic light. He had come to this great swamp before. We're getting closer and closer to the 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace. Moreover, I estimate that there should be a large number of people up ahead. They should have been captured as cannon fodder. We can blend in with them. Lin Ling waved his hand and led the group forwards once more. The swamp was extremely strange. Bubbles would occasionally float up from the ground. After these bubbles burst open, they would emit poisonous gas. And on top of a hard hill in the great swamp, a large number of people were standing there. Looking carefully, one could see that these people were exhausted. Most of them were at the martial emperor realm. And not too far away from them, there were over a dozen first-level world king powerhouses guarding them, as if they were waiting for something. And at the center of the hill, several figures were standing there. They were like sons of the highest heavens, exuding a noble and arrogant aura. I never thought that your 9 stars mansion would also participate in this plan. A smiling voice suddenly floated out. This voice was soft and gentle, as if a spring breeze were caressing one's face. There are many people participating in this plan. I heard that there are Heavenly Court, Soaring Dragon Organization, and so forth. Moreover, isn't your Grand Court Commandery also participating? On the other side, a black-clothed woman faintly smiled. She held a sickle as tall as a person in her hands. On this sickle, there were 2 eyes carved into it, as if the sickle had come to life. So what if we participate? The 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace isn't a place that just anyone can enter. The people behind this plan have gathered so many great influences. From a certain point of view, they are just having us explore the map. Another youth laughed. He wore golden clothes and had an elegant demeanor. This person came from Solitaire Commandery. His name was Luo Dezhuang, and his reputation within the 4 commanderies wasn't weak. Trash is here to explore the map. We are here to collect treasures. The youth who spoke first laughed. I dare you to say that again. Luo Dezhuang shouted out. Chapter 23:19. Enslavement. Qing Province's 4 great commanderies market was destroyed. Beside him, the woman in black suddenly showed an interested look. Anyway, it was very boring to wait for news, so she might as well listen to what happened during this period of time. Tai Tianyi, you're talking nonsense. If that guy didn't use the martial god cannon, he wouldn't have been able to destroy our market. Yi Xiaoshou is the clearest about this. He had a 5-year battle with that ant, and he lost an arm. Luo Yezhuang retorted. He and the young man called Tai Tianyi were not on good terms. At this moment, the black-clothed woman's eyes narrowed. Not to mention him, even the faces of the guards around him changed drastically. Yi Xiaoxiu was the #1 genius of the Yi clan and the martial clan. He was extremely talented. Not only was he a member of the 3 great academies, but he was also a member of the Heavenly Court. Although his background was not as good as theirs, they still had to look up to him in terms of potential and background. But now, Yi Xiaoxiu had lost an arm, and there was a 5-year battle with him. That junior is so powerful? The woman in black was shocked. He's just a piece of trash. He won by surprise with the martial god cannon. If I was there, I could kill him with a finger. Luo Yezhuang shook his head disdainfully. Luo Yezhuang, do you really think you're brilliant? I don't care what excuses you come up with. You can't escape the fact that your market was destroyed. I can only say that your only commandery is too trashy. Tai Tianyi continued to mock and ridicule. Tai Tianyi, don't be too arrogant. Luo Yaoshi's face became more and more unsightly. He suddenly sneered and said, I heard that the branch family of your Grand Court commandery in the Northland was also wiped out. Young Master Thousand Face died a miserable death. His 9 doppelgangers were killed one by one. It's a shame that he died in a rural place. Does your Grand Court commandery like to do such things? Luo Yezhuang, I dare you to say that again. To Tai Tianyi, this sentence was like a wound being torn open. The smile on his face disappeared. Tit for tat. Around the hill, the geniuses from various worlds watched this scene with solemn expressions. They could only look up to the local geniuses of the martial god world. As for the 2 martial god realm geniuses from the commandery, their auras became more and more intense. It seemed like they were about to attack. Don't argue. If we ruin this, we'll all be eliminated. However, the black-clothed woman immediately interrupted them, causing the 2 of them to not dare to say anything more. What are you laughing at? Die. Although the 2 of them had stopped because of their plan, Luo Yaoyang was still in a bad mood. Luo Yaoyang stared at the geniuses from all over the world and ruthlessly punched out. The sand suddenly floated up, forming an ancient god desert. A huge sandstorm fist smashed into the crowd. This was an attack that fused innate talent and world essence, drawing upon the power of the sand world. Boom! The peerless punch sent sand and pebbles flying. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed greatly. How could a martial emperor withstand it? He was directly blown into a pile of bones. Humph! Seeing this, Luo Yaoshi felt slightly better. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to do this? However, Tai Tianyi, who was at the side, did not dare to show any weakness. He raised his hands and circles of light that resembled halos shrouded the area. A large number of people in the east were caught in the light. In just a moment, a large number of screams rang out. What kind of fire is this? Roar! Those who were shrouded in the fire panicked. Then, they let out beastly roars and lay down one by one, as if they were beasts that were obeying orders. Their souls were instantly enslaved by the mysterious beast fire. So it's you lowly people from the outside world? Tai Tianyi's face was full of disdain. The death of the 1,000-faced prince in the myriad world had brought shame to the Grand Court Commandery, so he was venting his anger. Die! He shouted in a low voice. Bang bang bang. Those who were implanted with the beast fire exploded and died. Those who did not explode were burned alive by the flames that were born in their bodies. Lowly people like you are not qualified to be my slaves. Tai Tianyi smiled as if he had vented his anger. Then, he looked at Luo Yaoshi provocatively. The crowd was silent. The local geniuses of the martial god world were too powerful. To them, who had just arrived in the martial god world, they were like the firmament of the sky. Among the crowd, several figures were looking ahead solemnly. The geniuses of the martial god world are too powerful. Their talents have already merged with their boundary essence. We have just formed our boundary essence, but they have already converted 100% of their boundary essence. I wonder how Master is doing now. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize them. This was because they were Xian Yuangu, Dark Dragon Emperor, and the others. They were on their way to the martial god camp, but they were kidnapped and brought here. Throughout the entire process, they could not resist at all. Now that they had seen how powerful the other party was, they knew that the martial god world was not simple. If Lin Ling were here, he would probably be an insignificant existence. He will be fine. Xian Yuangu said with a smile, but her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, the black-clothed woman on the hill suddenly asked curiously, "The branch family of the Grand Court Commandery was destroyed, but my commandery's market was destroyed. Do you know who did it?" Of course. Of course we know. It was a piece of trash called Lin Ling. Of course. Our Grand Court Commandery's young master Thousand Faces was killed by Lin Ling. Of course. The two young men said at the same time. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. They did not expect that the person who had humiliated their commandery was the same person. The black-clothed woman was also stunned. Who was this Lin Ling? He had offended two commanderies at the same time. Interesting, really interesting. Xian Yuangu and the others in the crowd were also stunned. It was their master. They could not help but feel secretly happy. At least these geniuses from the 10,000 worlds were not cowards. On the other side, several people in large cloaks were also looking at the hill. Some of them were speechless. They were Commander Huang Qi and Ling Hulei. This was because they did not expect that the powerful geniuses of the commandery to be the one they were talking about was Lin Ling. Subconsciously, the two of them looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Tang Yue laughed softly. She was also present when Lin Ling blew up the market square. She did not find it strange at this moment. Who are these people? Lin Ling did not care about the false reputation, but he was curious about the people on the hill. These people were all at the first level of the World King realm, but the feeling they gave him was that they were even stronger than Great Commander Huang Qi. Luo Dazzling, one of the 12 young masters of my commandery. He is a junior that is being nurtured by my commandery. He is going to enter the 3 great academies of the Azure State. Tang Yue explained. Lin Ling looked at her in confusion. Tang Yue was also from the 4 commanderies, so why was the difference so great? If you give me another 1,000 years to cultivate, I will definitely not be weaker than him. Tang Yue felt his gaze and said unwillingly. Lin Ling suddenly understood. It turned out that these people had cultivated for a longer time. No wonder they were so strong. What about the other one? Chapter 23:20. An unexpected calamity, Tai Tianyi. His father is the Grand Court Commandery's Tai 4 symbol's true god. This person also wants to enter Azure Province's 3 great academies. It is said that his talent comes from the extremely mysterious Beast Fire world. After obtaining the Beast Fire there, he once used it to burn 10 worlds. Qi. Tang Yue said. Qi. Hearing this, even Commander Huang Qi and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. With their strength, it wasn't difficult to destroy a world with a single punch. Of course, that was a weak world, such as Lin Ling's world. But destroying 10 worlds with a single move was impossible. From this, it could be seen the disparity between the two sides. It seems that we have underestimated this plan. According to my guess, this group of people is only one of the participants, but they are already so strong. If they are the main force, their strength will surpass our imagination. Grand Commander Huang Qi immediately analyzed, and then sighed. With the current situation, they would probably need to send out the Deputy General, the General, and the General. If things went wrong, even the marshal would have to move out. Then, should we retreat now? Yes. Ling Hulei looked at Lin Ling. Now that they had a rough understanding of the situation, it would be very dangerous to stay here. Lin Ling shook his head. Let's wait. Yes. Then let's be careful. If we are discovered, it will be difficult for us to escape death. Grand Commander Huang Qi warned. Lin Ling declined to comment. Although there were many World King powerhouses there, he estimated that none of them were his match. Now that his physical strength had greatly increased, he had comprehended the ultimate sword Dao, and his soul force had greatly increased. His overall strength had erupted, and even Commander Huang Qi and the others couldn't guess. Lin Ling, what is his background? Yes. On the hill, the black-clothed woman looked at Luo Yaoshi and asked again. It is said that he is from the martial god camp. Yes. Luo Yaoshi coldly replied, after I become a member of Azure Province's 3 great academies, I will personally go to the martial god camp and ask for him. Yes. His words were bold and domineering. Of course, if he became a member of Azure Province's 3 great academies, he would also have this right. Azure Province's 3 great academies were publicly recognized martial god holy lands of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and the Azure Province's number 1. So, it is a camp of the Azure Province. Tai Tianyi nodded in understanding, but there was not much fear in his eyes. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had obtained a piece of information. The martial god battalion's backer seemed to be the army of a certain dynasty. If an army was already so powerful, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the dynasty was. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lin Ling remembered this name. I wasn't there at the time. Otherwise, how could that ant have the right to speak? Luo Yaoyao laughed in disdain. If he was in the ancient city of Everlast at that time, then Lin Ling would surely have to stay in the city and would never be able to come out alive, let alone destroy his marketplace. You think it's your turn? I can tell you that if we meet Lin Ling, he will definitely die by my hands first. Luo Yaoshi, you want to steal my prey? You are too inexperienced. Tai Tianyi was naturally very unhappy with Lin Ling, so he said lightly. That might not be the case. We'll see who's the real deal. Luo Yaoshi was non-committal. The two of them seemed to have taken Lin Ling as their prey to compare who was stronger between him and Tai Tianyi. These two fellows are really arrogant. In the crowd, Gong Yangjiang seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Tang Yue also narrowed her eyes because those two fellows actually took Lord Lin Ling as their prey. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She originally thought that Lin Ling would definitely be angry, but she discovered that Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Even Commander Huang Qi and the others stared at Lin Ling and were secretly surprised. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so calm. Sensing their gazes, Lin Ling smiled, their mouths are on their bodies. Say whatever you like. Moreover, if a cultivator can defeat his opponent by relying on his mouth, then what's the point of learning martial arts? You're right. Commander Huang Qi nodded immediately. In fact, Lin Ling knew that the most important thing was the important matter. He naturally wouldn't pay attention to clowns. When will those lords arrive? On the hill, those people looked into the distance as if they were waiting for some news. Are these slaves going to become cannon fodder? Tai Tianyi was bored. He looked at the geniuses from various worlds around him. Suddenly, his expression changed and he revealed an interested look. Not a bad girl, just nice to kill some boring time. He stared at the two women. Both of them were extremely beautiful. The one on the left was dressed in a green robe. She was slender and elegant, like a flower that was about to bloom. The one on the right was dressed in a black robe. She was petite, but her curves were exquisite. Coupled with her delicate little face, she gave off the feeling of a little witch. I want them. Luo Yezhuang followed Tai Tianyi's gaze and suddenly laughed. Those two women were indeed not bad. However, even if their looks were average, Tai Tianyi would definitely fight for what he wanted. Dream on. Tai Tianyi knew what Luo Yezhuang was thinking. He sneered and stretched out his hand to grab one of the women. Luo Yezhuang was not to be outdone. He also stretched out his hand and formed a sandstorm giant hand to grab the woman in the black robe. How dare you! Suddenly, there was an angry roar from the crowd. Because the two people who were caught were martial god Yungu and Xianyuangu. The ones who roared were naturally the Dark Dragon Emperor and the Tsang Heaven Sword Immortal. They didn't expect this to happen. If their master knew that the most important woman in his life was caught here, they could only apologize with their lives. Get lost. Tai Tianyi didn't even look at the two of them. He spread out his 5 fingers and a powerful force struck out. The Dark Dragon Emperor and the others flew backward and spat out blood. Sigh. The crowd shook their heads. In fact, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Along the way, countless geniuses from various worlds had died. These martial god realm experts could catch whoever they wanted. There were even rumors that on the other side, there were people who directly swallowed geniuses from various worlds. You bastard! At this moment, the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others got up again. Ants! Unfortunately, Luo Yaoshi had also made his move. He pressed the void and dark clouds appeared above the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others. They fell like rain. It was countless grains of sand, mysterious sand from the myriad worlds. Bang! 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 The Dark Dragon Emperor and the others were drowned. They were no match for them. Shameless! At this moment, Xianyuangu was caught. When she saw the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others injured, she immediately shouted. Yo, you're very feisty. Not bad, I like it. Luo Yaoshi smiled coldly and grabbed Xianyuangu's cheeks. He wanted to take another step. The black-clothed woman next to him ignored him. However, at this moment, a furious roar that sounded like thunder from the 9 heavens was heard. You're courting death. As soon as this voice was heard, the surroundings became silent. This was because everyone noticed that the voice came from the geniuses from various worlds, which was the slaves. The slaves dared to rebel against their masters and even threaten them. At this moment, everyone stared at the person who spoke. Even Luo Yaoshi and the others on the hill narrowed their eyes and stopped moving. Chapter 23-21. Battle against Luo. Dazzling. This kind of killing intent was so strong that it made many geniuses tremble. They were surprised. Who is this person? This person is Lin Ling. He didn't plan to pay attention to anything before, but he soon found out that Xianyuangu and his disciple were here. Especially when he saw Xianyuangu being held by the cheek, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Xianyuangu Li Xiaoyao's first love, Lin Ling's first love, the fate of thousands of lives. He didn't expect that Xianyuangu had recovered and came to the martial god realm. Lin Ling. Commander Huang Qi and the others anxiously shouted. The current situation was very dangerous. Lin Ling shouldn't have appeared, but they could feel that Lin Ling's body was full of anger. That anger made them feel scared. Therefore, after shouting, they didn't dare to shout again. Master! It's you! At the same time, Xianyuangu and the others saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, so you know each other. Why? Do you have a problem? Luo Dazzling was very angry at first because someone said that he was courting death, but he quickly recovered. It turned out that the young man knew the woman in the black dress. No wonder he was angry. Master, don't mind us. His voice made the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others react, and they hurriedly shouted. These people's strength was very terrifying. Master was definitely not their match. However, their voices made Lin Ling shake his head. His eyes were still staring at Xianyuangu, as if the whole world had disappeared, and only the girl in the black dress existed. Xianyuangu, also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Her eyesight, the world had also disappeared. Their gazes seemed to have passed through thousands of cycles of reincarnation and met once again. However, this encounter was quickly interrupted. It was Luo Dazzling. "My woman, I don't like to fool around with other men." He grabbed Xianyuangu and fiercely gripped Xianyuangu's cheek. "As for you, die for me." He pointed a finger and sand fell from the sky, falling down on Lin Ling like a torrential rain, instantly submerging Lin Ling. "Your man is dead. Die." After doing this, Luo Dazzling looked at Xianyuangu and smiled. Bang! But in the next moment, a rumble resounded. The black sand exploded, and a figure walked out slowly. He held a sword in his hand, and his face was icy cold. This was Lin. "You should have never, ever, you should never." At this time, Lin Ling of all of these people's anger. Previously, when Luo Yaoyang and Tai Tian had said that they would kill him, he didn't care at all. Interesting. I didn't think that there would be a first-level World King realm martial artist hidden amongst these slaves. On the other side, Tai Tianyi narrowed his eyes as he spoke. His words caused Luo Dazzling to react. Luo Dazzling was surprised at first and then he sneered, "In any case, I'm bored so I might as well play with him." I'm sorry, but this is prey that I've taken a fancy to." However, just as Luo Dazzling was about to attack, Tai Tianyi had already done so. This caused Luo Dazzling to be enraged. "Tai Tianyi, you dare to steal from me? Whoever kills him first gets it." Tai Tianyi's hand grasped out. Multicolored lights appeared and the cries of beasts filled the air, forming a giant claw that grabbed at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was a first-level World King realm powerhouse, there were still differences in strength in this realm. For instance, they had third-grade mystic bodies and could defeat 90% of first-level World Kings. Mine. Luo Dazzling didn't dare to show weakness. His hands moved and a giant sandstorm giant appeared behind him. A fork appeared in the giant's hand and it ruthlessly threw it at Lin Ling. The power of an entire world erupted from the trident. The two of them joined forces, forming a powerful attack. "My lord! Lord!" Gong Yangjiang and the others immediately panicked. "Master! Master!" The Dark Dragon Emperor and the others were also the same. At this time, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He didn't think that these two would join forces. Bang! By the time he reacted, the powerful attack had already submerged him. With endless crackling sounds, even a first-level World King realm powerhouse would perish here. So strong. Master! Great Commander Huang Qi and the others were all stunned. This was because they weren't able to block this joint attack. As for Xianyuangu, she stood there in a daze. She and Lin Ling had finally met again, but were they going to be separated again? She was unwilling. These two abominable people who took pleasure in killing others. She screamed out in her heart. "Master! Master!" Ancient profound martial god also cried out in pain. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could block the joint attack of two powerhouses. "I killed him." "Bullshit. Bullshit, it was me." "Tai Tianyi, you are too abominable. Do you really want to steal my prey?" Humph. What made people even angrier was that Luo Yaoshi and the others were actually fighting over him. And at this time, in the shockwaves of the world essence, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was pale, but he was surprised. With two first-level World King powerhouses joining forces, he should have been severely wounded. But, he discovered that he had only been lightly wounded. It's the divinity demon body. Humph. Soon, Lin Ling knew the reason. His divinity demon body had already transformed. He had swallowed a massive number of fish pearls and now had the monster energy of fish within him. In addition to the blood of the Silver Moon Supreme Beast, his body also had the aura of hell. It was because they suddenly joined forces that I was caught off guard. But now, it's my turn. Humph. Lin Ling's pupils turned red. Since coming to the martial god world, this was the first time he had been so angry. Bang! At the point where the power of sand and fire intersected, a figure shot out like a meteor. A fist, carrying with it the aura of a fish monster king and the aura of hell, came smashing down. At this time, Luo Yaoshi and Tai Tianyi were still fighting. But, in the distance, the black-clothed woman immediately reacted, "Be careful. Be careful." Her voice was filled with shock. That youth hadn't died? She was well aware of the strength of Luo Yaoshi and Tai Tianyi. Just one of them was enough to sweep away many first-level world kings, much less two of them. Luo Yaoshi immediately reacted. He discovered that the fist was aimed at him. How dare you? He was enraged. This was because he and Tai Tianyi had both attacked. But, why would that ant attack him? Was it because he was weaker than Tai Tianyi? To him, this was a great disgrace. Cripple his arm. Roar. Luo Yaoshi angrily shouted. A spinning sandstorm appeared around his body, as if it were sharp blades of sand. His talent was of the sand attribute, he drew upon the strength of the sand world. As for Lin Ling's fist, he simply didn't care. He thought that Lin Ling was simply seeking death. Of course, even Tai Tianyi thought the same. He was even annoyed that Lin Ling hadn't attacked him, causing him to miss out on a prey like Lin Ling. Bang! However, as Lin Ling's fist collided with the sharp blades of sand, the power of 3,000 universes immediately erupted, as if it were a heavy world. The sand couldn't be cut, couldn't be blown away. Luo Yaoshi sneered. Once Lin Ling died, he would show off in front of Tai Tianyi. But at this time, he felt something strange, as if the aura of hell was spreading outwards. As he turned his head, he saw a black shadow shooting towards him. It was a fist.